Okay, good morning and welcome to the 2023 British and Irish Cup taking place at King's House Sports Ground here in Chiswick. It's a beautiful day. It's great to have Barry Keary alongside me. I'm Will Shepherd and we're going to be bringing you all the action from this B&I, the oldest international tag competition in the world. Barry, how was your flight over?
It was good. We came last night. Most of us came last night. We have a few people coming today, and unfortunately their flight's been delayed. So I'm just hoping that they may kick off at the moment. But really happy to be here. The weather is fab. Maybe I should come to London more often, Will. What do you reckon?
I think you should, especially if you're going to buy me a beer and bring the trophy back as well.
Oh, that's true. I have to give you the trophy back. I forgot about that.
So a bit of a unique one this, and it's second year in a row that we're in Great Britain. Obviously with the World Cup coming up in Ireland in August, we'll be able to look forward to that as we go through the day. But a reminder of last year's results. It was up at West Park in Leeds, and Barry, it was Ireland that took the honours over that two-day event.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it was very, very close. It came down even on categories, and it actually went to number of wins, and we just edged it by one result, I believe. Had one result gone the other way, we would have had to leave the trophy behind us, but thankfully that didn't happen. But it's a demonstration, I suppose, of how close the two countries really are to each other and have been over the last number of years, particularly in the run-up to 2018 and since then, when it's been one win for GB and a couple for us, but all very, very tight results.
Yeah, so it's 2019 that we've got to go back to for the last time, and in fact the only time that Great Britain won. That was in London as well. It was at Wasps over in Acton. So potentially that return to London might give Great Britain some confidence this time. As we turn to the games that we're going to be bringing you from pitch 1 today, we've got our first kick-off at 11:20 with the men's 40s. Now last year, Barry, that was an exhibition category. This is the first time that it's counting towards the overall awarding of the British and Irish Cup.
Yeah, that's true, and last year cumulative score I think was 1 point in Great Britain's favour, and they won at 3-2 I think.
3-2, yeah.
The category. I believe some of your older gentlemen were quite upset that it didn't count towards the B&I and took great delight in pointing out to you that if it in fact had, you would have won the trophy last year. But you fixed that error this year by giving them their chance.
Yeah, we were both in agreement before and after the tournament that it was the right thing to do in the inaugural year for that team. Talking of inaugural years, it's the first year for our women's 35s. The Irish women's 35s have been going for a while, but they will be the exhibition category, the 8th and exhibition category at this Saturday's tournament. Their kick-off on pitch 1 is at 12:10. Tough to pick a winner in that one when we've never seen them play one another, but do you think the advantage is going to be with Ireland, having had a bit more experience together as a team?
You would hope that potentially Ireland have the edge there because they've played together as a team and they have the benefit of playing in the International Tag Series last year, which hopefully or 2 years ago, which hopefully will stand to them. But it's hard to know. It is a new category. There's a lot of people playing for Ireland for their first time, and there's some people playing for Ireland who haven't played in a while. So I'm sure it'll be tough.
At 1 o'clock, we'll then move into the 30s age category, starting with the men's game. Men's 30s, this is a category Ireland has dominated, winning the last 3 years, and arguably one of your strongest sides.
Yeah, that's probably fair. The men's 30s team is made up of people who played Open in 15 and 18. And most of the really good players from 18 who narrowly lost out to your guys in the semi-final and drop off in 18. So it's probably our most experienced, and it must, to be honest, be a joy to coach for Matt Henderson, who's the coach, because he just has to tell the guys what to do and they know immediately what to do, which is a big advantage over some of our open coaches.
So 2019, the last time Great Britain won a game in that category. They'll be eager to not only repeat that this year, but to go one better and actually tie up the category. The following game at 1:50 will be the women's 30s. In a way, this has been the closest category we've had. The series was drawn 1-1, a win each, and then a tie in 2021 over in Ireland. And then last year, 5-game series over 2 days. They drew the first 3 games. Great Britain won the 4th, and then they drew again in the 5th. It's nothing between those two sides.
Yeah, very, very close category altogether. 4 draws in 5 games is pretty exceptional. When you ask someone how did you get on, they say a draw, and your immediate response is no, in the last game, not the game, not the game you played a few games ago, and they're like, no, it's still a draw.
Round 6, 220 is the mixed seniors. Great Britain won in 2019, Ireland in 2021, and then last year Ireland won the first 3 tests, I think by a cumulative margin of 4 points over them. No win in those 3 games bigger than 2 points. And then Great Britain came back and won the final 2 games. So in the end, it was a very close category, but Ireland had done enough in advance. Do you see the same happening today?
I would say mixed senior will be a bit more seesaw today. I think the matches were so close the last time that you would expect GB certainly to win at least one of the first 3 games, especially with home advantage. So I think that'll be tighter and a bit more seesaw as the day goes on today.
Okay, brilliant. Then at 1:30, we switch to the RFL's Our League. So that is free to sign up for. All you need to do is follow the link that's been across Great Britain Tag Rugby and Ireland Tag Rugby social media. Sign up there and you'll then be able to watch the final 3 games of the day, with the preceding 5 all being here on Try Tag Rugby's YouTube and Great Britain Tag Rugby's Facebook accounts. So 1:30 Men's Open. Great Britain had been racing ahead in 2019 and 2021 here, but last year Ireland pegged them back and it seesawed throughout. Great Britain, Ireland, and then GB finally won the 5th game to see out the series. We're expecting another close one this weekend.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'll be the same this weekend. Again, both teams are close to each other, with Great Britain having the edge over the last couple of years. I know the guys were keen to put a marker down when we were here in Leeds, and they're really happy to do so by finally winning a couple of games, having threatened it previously. They were disappointed to lose, so it'll be interesting to see how they go today.
2 more games after that to bring you. At 4:20 we'll have the mixed open game on this one. Another one Ireland has been strong in recent years, and again you've got to go back to 2019 for GB's one of GB's last wins. They did win 1 game last year in 2022, so the gap is narrowing. Do you think it's narrowed enough for Great Britain to take out the category this year?
We'll have to see. That one I probably would favour us in, but it's hard to know because it depends on who's available for the weekend as well. But yeah, that one again will be close, but I would hope that we would edge that one.
And then the final game of the day at 5:10 is the Women's Open. Now that's the category that Great Britain has been the strongest in over the last few years, and where the margin between the 2 teams has probably been at its most sizable. It was a 4-0 win for GB last time out in Leeds in September of last year. They won 4 games, they drew 1. You would expect Great Britain to probably hold the advantage today as well.
Yeah, I would. The Great Britain Women's Open team is a very, very good side. They showed that in Leeds. They really put our team under a lot of pressure. And to be honest, our team did brilliantly to get a draw, because the day went so badly against them. It was brilliant that they got the draw in one of the last matches. But yeah, it's going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough.
So you'll have Barry and I on commentary throughout the day. We'll also be bringing you pitchside interviews with players from the winning teams after each one. The games will come thick and fast, 40-minute games in 50-minute slots. So do not turn your attention away for one moment. It is going to be close, it's going to be competitive. And then at the end of the day, to wrap things up, we'll bring you the trophy presentation from pitchside here at Kingshouse Sports Ground in Chiswick. Looking forward to the day. Barry, it's going to be great to have you alongside me. Hope you guys stick with us.
Try Tag Rugby is a modified version of the game. Anybody 14 plus can get involved, and Tag Rugby can be played by people of all fitness levels and sporting abilities. You can play one 40-minute game each week, and there's no training, so it's great for fitting into a busy lifestyle. Try Tag Rugby is a 7-a-side mixed men's or women's formatted game. Mixed teams have 4 male and 3 female players on the pitch during a game. Teams have substitutions, and there's no limit to how often you make changes. Games are generally played on a pitch measuring 70 metres by 45 metres, approximately half the size of a normal rugby league pitch. Each player wears shorts with Velcro patches on the sides where coloured tags are attached. The game begins with a kick-off from the halfway line. Much like the standard game of rugby league, attacking players attempt to score tries, while defending players try to prevent them from scoring by tagging them with the removal of their tag. The attacking team has 6 plays to try and score or get as far down the pitch as possible. Tries are worth 1 point. In mixed tag rugby, female tries are worth 2 points. There are no conversions in tag rugby. In higher level and international games, there are bonus boxes. A bonus box is marked out in the centre of each try line, 5 metres wide and 3 metres deep. Every try scored in the bonus box is worth an additional point. It's a minimal contact game, so neither player can cause contact, otherwise they will be penalised. The ball carrier is not allowed to protect their tag or fend off defenders attempting to take off a tag. Kicking is allowed in tag rugby, providing it is below shoulder height, so grubber kicks are common on the tag rugby pitch. Leagues vary in standard, with those aimed at beginners right up to the more experienced rugby player and even international standard. You can join as an individual and get put on a team, a great way to meet new people. You can also join with existing friends or work colleagues and create your own team. The team that scores the most points wins the game. The action on the pitch is only part of the fun. Tag rugby is an extremely social sport where you can socialise with your teammates and the opposition team after the match.
Hi everyone and welcome to the British and Irish Cup. We're just getting ready to do the national anthems. We're looking forward to a fabulous day here in London where the weather is very warm. The players are just lining up at the moment, and in front of us we have the women's 35 squad, the women's open squad and mixed open, who are the ones who haven't done anthems just yet. We promised that we're going to play the short version of Ireland's call today, so it'll be just the 2 verses rather than the usual 4. Will assures me that he's practiced his editing skill, and it'll be the right version that's actually played today, which will definitely be a first for British and Irish Cup competitions. first game up is men's 40s GB versus men's 40s Ireland. The teams are getting ready to enter the pitch, and the players are getting ready to do the traditional clap tunnel to get the enthusiasm up for the game. Not that I think that these guys need any enthusiasm, given how close it was the last time in Leeds, with GB edging it just by 1 point cumulatively and one game, 3-2. So we've some veterans in the Irish team here. Brendan Walsh, who would have played in the 2015 World Cup, and Cliff Callanan the same, and Billy Lee, he played in the 2018 World Cup. He was actually player coach the 2018 World Cup for Mick Senior.
So at the moment, is it actually coming out onto the screen?
Here we go with the first game, Great Britain versus Ireland men's 40s.
Yeah, so big cheers, Barry, from both sides. It looks like it's the Irish women's 35s potentially cheering on the Irish men's 40s as they run onto the pitch. Similar bit of support being shown by the Great Britain mixed seniors to the men's 40s. There are a few players that have moved from the GB men's 40s up to the from the GB mixed seniors up to the men's 40s. Many players in the Irish side, Barry, that have previously represented Ireland in the other categories.
Yeah, no, there's plenty. Cliff Callahan would have played mixed senior in 2015, as would Brendan Walsh and Vinnie O'Donnell. And Billy Lee was player coach in the 2018 World Cup, and Connie Lee would have played men's 30s in the 2015 World Cup. So there's plenty of experience there playing international tag, and a lot of them would have played in Leeds last year as well.
Definitely a lot of experience there, but perhaps none that can rival the player coach, head coach of the GB men's 40s, Matt Picnic, who makes his return to the Great Britain fold this year. He didn't play in the inaugural men's 40s year last year, but he has represented Great Britain in men's open, in mixed open, in men's 30s, in mixed seniors, and now in men's 40s. So all of the sides that he could represent for Great Britain, he has done. He played in the first BNI in 2013, he played in the first World Cup in 2012, and this is his home ground. He wants us to give a shout out to King's House Boys School, who play here and where he teaches, King's House School, having a bit of a shout out as they watch their hero, Matt Picnic, in this one. We are shortly about to get underway, just making sure the referee has the mic on. And it is going to be Great Britain in the red and blue playing right to left. The kick-off from Jay Bear, fielded well by Ireland.
By Vinnie O'Donnell, Terrell Fast to Connie Lee, that goes inside.
2 tags in a row from Chris Prout from Great Britain.
By Britain so far. Paul Tully has tagged just as he tries to break the line, and it's really good defence by Great Britain, good line speed to start with. So we're up to tag 3 for only 5 metres gain.
Yeah, and all on this tight right-hand side, but now the men's 40s from Ireland look to spread it a little bit wider, right over to the left-hand touchline, and possibly a little bit of contact coming in as Ben Payne for Great Britain makes the tag. Ireland forced to kick early, that kick over shoulder height, so that will be a changeover, and Great Britain have their first opportunity 10 metres inside Ireland's half. So not really the exit set Ireland were looking for there, Barry.
No, they worked it well, but unfortunately the kick was just a little bit too high, so the exit didn't quite work. But you'd have to say good defence by Britain, great line speed, good pressure, and forced the error from Ireland.
So our first opportunity to see what Great Britain can do on the ball, as Martin Gambles takes it up, and now a pick and go from Picknett. He is going to be instrumental, as is this man, Jay Bear. Passes over to his captain Leary, and then the pass on again to the wing, unable to be gathered in.
Yeah, he tried to make the best of a bad world there by looking to the rubber kick through, but unfortunately the kick was dead. But I think it was penalty advantage, so it's actually still GB's ball.
Yeah, so it looked briefly like both teams had kind of thrown away their first opportunity, but GB given a second bite of the cherry here, and Picnic linking up on that right hand side. Is it going to be a first try through Ben Payne? No, tag short, and a changeover. So Ireland.
Initial yards by Ireland there as they look to break out. Question marks over contact.
Yeah, looks like a wrap there from Ben Payne. So Ireland get the penalty. Put the shoulder in it on the following one. There is going to be some of this.
Always going to be feisty at this level, Will.
Yeah, but this level and also the experience level of these players. They know how to play a referee, although not played quite so successfully there by Alan Conboy. And so it's Great Britain now with the penalty. Now all the play so far has taken place in this Irish half, but for no score to either team yet. But here we go, Leary breaking through, keeps the ball alive, finds Prout, back inside again, nope.
Good scramble defence by Ireland there, good tag by Paul Tully in the corner.
Ball in centre field now, there is an overlap on this right hand side. If they go, the diving attempt. And the try is awarded. Pete Adams with Great Britain's opening score. 1-0 GB.
Yeah, Great Britain did quite well there. Spread the ball well. Nice finish in the corner after a lot of pressure.
So GB 1, Ireland 0. The first score that we've been able to bring you on pitch 1.
So Ireland look to counter now, having conceded the first try of the match, following a good bit of pressure from GB, it has to be said, in the first few minutes. Ger O'Shea in the ball, he gets tagged in the middle. Ireland look to go wide again, come back inside. Made good yards on this set of tags. Paul Tully on the wing, looks to break, but it's a penalty for offside, so Ireland get the tap and go in the middle.
First time that they've crossed that thick blue line marking halfway and into British territory. Good fellow, an Irish native for GB making the tag. 2 in a row, in fact.
Yeah, Ireland are looking to work something now that they're into the GB half, but unfortunately their handling lets them down under pressure, and it's turnover back to GB again.
A nice opening run here from Andy Inglis, and the opportunity to dart the ball back inside, not taken. Great Britain go for the settle instead and try to build from here. Matt Picknett inviting the defenders to take the tag, but of course he's got to be careful not to surrender. That rule has been revised recently. It's anything that encourages the quick roll, as Andy Inglis finds a huge amount of space, opens for him in centre field, and the ball's spilt forward as it goes in and then straight out of the hands of Alex Sagrove, the oldest man in this Great Britain men's 40s side. And so Ireland let off on that occasion and will have the opportunity to play out from inside their own 10 metre, and the opportunity is wasted straight away. A knock on into touch, and the English just identifying where he can take the roll ball from, and in the end is able to play it forward with no Irish marker. All the GB stacked to the right. Sagrove makes no mistake catching the ball this time. Leary.
It's good tag by Ireland, good defence by Ireland, but there's a lot of pressure from GB at the moment.
Andy Davis just wanting to See whether we can create any more options for GB. He was looking to draw an Irish defender out there. Didn't quite work, and Ireland still hold out.
Yeah,
Sagrove. The loop back to Leary didn't work. Leary manages to clear it up without a knock on and finds Inglis. Final tag here, 5th and final for Great Britain. Last roll of the dice if they're going to score on this set. The kick comes in from Chris Prout, vice captain of the side.
Conboy has it though. He's looking to move the ball, but he's tagged. But it's good defence by Ireland there, forcing the turnover. And again, Ireland look to break out. Back inside to Alan Conboy. He's moving the first player hasn't tagged him, but there's been a turnover potentially for contact.
Yeah, no signal from the referee as to what the penalty was for, but it is Great Britain with the opportunity once again to attack the Irish line with good territory at the starting point. Andy Davis again waits to see what options are open for him. Darts to his right. Oh, no.
By Ireland right on the line, just preventing the score.
Yeah, Holt will be pleased he got tagged there because he spilt the ball forwards over the line. It would have been no score to Great Britain. And a tap on the 10 probably for Ireland, given it went over on the full. Ben Payne tries to twist the hips through, but he is tagged. All of GB to the left now, shifting the ball quickly through the hands. Bear takes a little run. It's going to be 6 again for GB. No,
I don't think so.
The referees have judged it forwards off Great Britain. And then has given Ireland a penalty. The marker's not in the correct position. Andy Davis makes the tag for GB. Ireland on the attack.
Paul Tully on the ball now as he looks to break down the wing, but unfortunately he spilled the ball just before he's tagged.
It's a nervous start, Barry, from both these two teams. Higher error count than either of them would have wanted, as Ben Payne manages to pick that one off his shoelaces on the far side, gain a few metres. Maybe the pressure of this category for the first time counting towards the overall awarding of the British and Irish Cup, playing on these players' minds. Vin Lewin passed that ball forwards before he was tagged, so another error.
Instant tag, but not that one, Will. That one was fairly simple to catch. Just a little bit ahead of the passer. Ireland coming down this narrow side again, trying to get some change out of this wing, but they're not really getting anywhere. GB are defending quite well, but it seems to be penalty advantage again for offside. Finney O'Donnell looks to break now. He's looking for an option, no real option. Ireland looking to attack again through the middle. Connie on the ball, he looks to go wide to Gerald Shea. Goes down the wing, it's actually first good break by Ireland into the GB half of the pitch.
Yeah, still tags remaining in this set. Most promising attack we've had from Ireland. Options to the right, but the dart off the ruck to the left gets Ireland 10 metres from the Great Britain line. It's a good tag from Rhys Jones.
So they got to do something in this set, or it's going to be turnover, and it is in fact turnover.
Yeah, nice calm tag there from the experienced head of Davis. And so GB, this is the deepest they've had to attack from, so we'll get to see their exit set for the first time. And once again goes to Picknett on the second tag, and he dances around. However, he dances in a way the referee does not like, and it is a penalty to Ireland. So 6 tags and just 25 metres to the try line.
Yeah, Ireland with the field position now following that error by GB. They'll look to move the ball and try to get in one of the corners, similar to the way GB did. Alan Combo with time and space, and he almost puts Thomas Farrell away for trying the corner, but it's a tag just before.
Ireland's attacking line quite flat here to the right hand side, and then yet again an error, pounced on quickly by Great Britain but not able to get away. Initially pegged back, and that's a crucial tag by Ireland. Jay Bear finds some space opening in front of him, ships the ball over to the wing.
It's a good tag by Ireland.
Nance, no way through for him.
It's good defence by Ireland so far. But there's a little bit of a scramble. You feel there's a bit of momentum on the GB side of defence.
Yeah, they just seem to be hitting the defensive line with more pace. Getting that roll ball completed quicker.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit closer, alright.
Bear puts in the kick, but it is Ireland possession.
Ireland looking to calm things down now. Oh, unfortunate error.
Yeah, this is really something this Ireland men's 40 side are going to have to sort out, and quickly. Although, as I say that, it's a GB error that could lead to an Irish breakaway. Good tag by Mant, just saves that from happening.
Both teams appear to be a little nervous so far, Will.
They do indeed.
Alan Conway on the ball again. A lot of the ball going through him or Connie Lee in the middle. Referee deeming the pass to be forward though, so it's turned over to GB again. GB with field position between the 2 10s. Good covering tag there by Thomas Farrell from Ireland. GB looked to get in the corner, but it's good defence by Ireland again. A lot of pressure from GB though.
Shipped all the way over to this left-hand side where Mike Vinluen gets tagged just a couple of metres short of the line. Jay Bear now, centre field.
Looking to get into the box.
A nice option with Matt Picknett, who's judged to have spun into contact there, and the referee reaching for his pocket is going to sin bin Picknett, Great Britain men's 40s head coach. Repeated instances of contact after the spin. So Great Britain having to play with 7 players. This 2 minutes of advantage that Ireland have, they've really got to use and get back into this game. Still just a 1 point down, but the error count too high.
Yeah, the error count is high on the Irish side, and another unforced error there. And again, Ireland's turned the ball over, unfortunately, still in their half. It's good defence by Ireland as GB look to attack down the middle.
3 Irish defenders combining to make that tag. Saggrove, little stutter step. Goodfellow comes back inside and wants more contact, this time against the defence. Closing the gap is the call. Great Britain 10 metres out, 6 tags. Saggrove. There's gambles, couple of fakes. Gets within 3 metres of the line. Remember, GB playing with 1 fewer man on the field at this point in time. Leary, the side's better of his initial option and of his second as well. And his third.
Ireland defended well, nobody biting, nobody shooting.
Yeah, good, calm, patient defence that from Ireland. No one jumping out the line. As Gareth Roach just lost his footing but kept the ball in hand. And Adams is through for a box try. That was just a missed tag there. He ran very close to the defender, twisted his hips. Ireland not able to take the tag, and the first 2-pointer that we see in this game extends Great Britain's lead to 3-0 now.
Yeah, Great Britain will be delighted with that, especially being down a man to score a box try in that situation is pretty good goal.
Yeah, of course, it meant the first person to congratulate Pete Adams, the try scorer, was Matt Picknett in the sin bin still. Still probably a minute left on that one before Picknett will return to the field of play as Davis kicks into the back right corner for Ireland. Spilt on the first gather of the ball but caught on the second. A short pull penalty, but he's got to put his tags back on, has Conboy, before he goes again.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience there potentially, like, or trying to just go too fast. Ireland look to break out again, but GB's defence, as has been the case all through this match so far, is very, very solid, and Ireland getting no real yards. for time on the ball. Ireland managed to get the ball away to Tully. Tully in a bit of space, but he gets tagged in the midfield.
That was a nice sneaky bit of play there.
It's good play by Alan Conboy, drawing in the players and then creating the space. And it's a nice exit kick by Ireland. But unfortunately the ball goes dead, which means that GB will get to come out 10 and tap, and Ireland will have to be back a further 7.
Tap 10. Tap 10, DMB.
Yeah, so Great Britain taking over inside their own half. Davis over the ball, decides not to pass on tag 1, and Picnic allowed back on. However, he's signalling for a sub. It's going to be Rhys Jones is going to come on in his place to avoid GB losing any time.
Yeah, GB will be happy to go back up to 8 players, having won the Simbin period 2-0. Will.
Yeah, not a bad return on that one. You would have expected that to be Ireland's best opportunity, overlaps and attack, but when you spill the ball forwards as much as they have done so far, very difficult to get any points on the board.
Yeah, that's true. Ireland doing themselves no favours during that Simbin period. You feel they just need to settle, and if they settle, then maybe they'll be able to do something with the ball.
Conboy appealing there on what looked to be a very flat pass from Great Britain around halfway, and the attempt for the 50-10 coming from Jay Bear. He was inside his own half, and so the first 50-10 that we see. Jay Bear has certainly got one of the most powerful boots in this GB programme. He's used it to fantastic effect there. Of course, it's a tap rather than a roll ball, a 50-10 these days. As Rhys Jones is tagged about 5 metres away from the Irish line. Bear and Davis linking up again as they so often have done previously for mixed seniors. Vinlewin juggles the ball and he does go over the Irish field. They'd made the tag already, but the referee has awarded it, so Vinlewin becomes the 3rd scorer for Great Britain, and that is the 4th point for them. Just a 1-point try there. Let's just have a look on the replay, Barry. Vinlewin did so well, the pass was behind him.
Probably down just before he was tagged, unfortunately for Ireland.
The expert eye of Barry Keary agrees. The try is awarded. 4-0 Great Britain as we approach half time. Just a minute and a half to go. Ireland still to cross the GB line, and if they're going to, you feel this man Conboy is going to be absolutely crucial in it. He's been involved in everything good so far.
Nice break by Vinny O'Donnell there.
Yeah, really well done. Inside GB's territory.
Yeah, you feel that Ireland could really do with something before half time.
Yeah, but they need to maximise the seconds they've got, and that ball being spilt forwards and having to be then collected allow GB to set themselves in a fence, catch their breath, and ultimately make that tag over on the far side of the pitch, which has pegged Ireland back a couple of metres. The early kick is regathered by Ireland, but the tag is made. And it was Farrell there. With
looking to move it. He's shouting out instructions to the outside. He knows what he wants.
So there's the half-time hooter. We did start a little bit late in this one as the referee was having his mic put on, so we will continue.
Just a few seconds behind. It's Ireland with the ball right on the line the last 30 seconds of the first half. They look to go wide to Vinny O'Donnell, but unfortunately the pass wasn't to hand when it goes into touch.
One more error for Ireland, unfortunately, to end the half, and so that does mean we have a 4-0 scoreline at half-time. GB 4, Ireland 0. 3 tries to Great Britain. One of them in the box through Pete Adams, and another 2 single pointers. So GB lead 4-0, and I'm able to bring you the scores from the other 2 pitches in round 1, which some of you may have been following along pitch 2 on the live stream there. It has no scores or commentary. That one saw Great Britain Men's Open victorious 4-2. And then on pitch 3, it went Ireland's way in the men's 30. Ireland with a comprehensive 6-0 win in their opening game. Now, we were talking, Barry, about that category having gone Ireland's way the last few years. It's exactly the start they would have wanted to continue things.
Yeah, I mean, the men's 30s, as we said earlier, has a lot of the guys who would have played Open in 2015 and 2018 World Cups. So it's one of our more experienced teams, very driven set of guys, and they know what they're doing. So it's good to see that they're continuing their ruthlessness in the British and Irish Cup, it has to be said.
Yeah, that is a dominant opening display, 6-0. But Great Britain will be pleased with their result in Men's Open, winning 4-2 in Game 1 there. So a supercharged short series, this one, just over 1 day, 3 test matches, so a win in the opening test, absolutely vital. We went to GB in the Men's Open, and we're here in the third and final of the men's categories, the men's 40s, and currently this one is in Great Britain's favour as they lead 4-0, 2 single point tries and a box try. Barry, what's Ireland got to do to get back in this one?
Well, a lot of the first half was probably down to just unforced errors on the ball, really. So you'd probably say, if you were the Irish coach, to just calm down, stick to the game plan, relax, enjoy it, and just try to get playing again. Look to get the first score of the second half to get a bit of momentum back, and then look to work their way back into the game from there.
So we see the team talk on camera there from Great Britain. All looks to be nice and calm. Not too much that they need to fret about. They need to continue doing what they've been doing. They've looked good in attack, maybe cut out some of the errors that were there in sort of the opening 10 minutes for GB, and continue to take the chances as they are presented to them. Wearing that number 10 singlet there, you see Pete Murray, who has recently become a father. We've got quite a few mums and dads across the Great Britain squads. He has a 1-month-old son called Freddie. So we wish Freddie all the best, watching his dad play for Great Britain for the first time. First time since Freddie was born. Both sides getting themselves ready now to head back out for the second half. They get a full 5-minute half time, and Barry, got to say they'll need it. The heat today, it's high.
It is extremely warm. I'm sort of glad that I'm not playing today. Definitely will need the water today, that's for sure.
Well, I think all of Ireland is glad you're not playing today, Barry, but yeah, we will need to be keeping ourselves hydrated in this commentary box, but even more so the players out there. It's not super sunny, but the humidity is very, very heavy, and so it's going to be a tough day, even if it is only those 3 tests that they're playing. That is still a lot of work to get through in tough temperatures. Can we expect similar weather in Limerick in August, Barry?
Yeah, you would hope so. Typically in Ireland the weather would be better in August, would be similar to this, maybe not as hot or as humid, but would tend to be good. The summer in Ireland is kind of the best time of the year. You get fairly decent weather most of the time, so you would be hopeful, alright. So here we go at the start of the second half, with Ireland looking to kick off the GB, and the first score in this is probably crucial if Ireland are to work their way back into the game. The player coach Cliff Callanan kicking off. Ireland 4-0 down at the moment.
Cliff Callahan, he knows a thing or two about winning here. He's represented the Warriors. They won medals at Tag Fest London 2022 on this very pitch. So he will be keen to taste similar success here in an Irish jersey. These are nice white jerseys you guys are playing in today. I've not seen them before, Barry.
Yeah, this is the training kit for the World Cup. We opted to go with 3 sets of kit, so this is the kit that they'll train in and that they're going to play the British and Irish Cup probably this year and potentially next year as well.
So just as that attack was starting to build really nicely, a couple of simultaneous tags allowed Mant to get the ball out to Mark Batty on the left wing, but it was a forward pass. Batty had space in front of him. You could see the frustration as the ball had to be given back to Ireland. Penalty now to the Irish. So Great Britain unable to score on their opening salvo in this second half. Ireland, their first opportunity, and as you said, Barry, the next score is going to be crucial.
Oh, absolutely. Ireland are definitely working field position a little bit better in this half. They seem to be a little bit calmer. So you'd be hopeful that they can at least get through the tags and then look to at least get a kick through. They go for the 50-10, but it's well covered and anticipated by GB.
Yeah, Batty sweeping round well there, but unable to get away from Connor Dunn. As Mant picks and goes, Saggrove finds Picnic. He'll be hoping to stay on the field this time, but contact once again. Picnic feels the gap was closed on him. The referee disagrees. Ireland with an opportunity now in British territory, and they break through here. This is the captain, Walsh.
But the referee's calling it back for a tag in midfield.
Frustration for Ireland. That would have been nice bit of ground gained, and really leading from the front now, Walsh. A reminder, it is 4-0 to Great Britain. So Ireland not only looking for tries, but they'll be looking for high scoring ones. They'll want that box.
They certainly will. I think they'd probably settle for getting the score to get on the board.
Yeah, as O'Brien tagged not far from the left-hand touchliner, and it's Walsh once again.
But unfortunately he's tagged, so it'll be back for the row. Referee's looking to talk to both teams. I believe this. Ireland look to take the row now. Bit of time and space, but GB are covering the outside, anticipating the kick, but the kick doesn't come. Ireland look to go down the far side of the pitch, but unfortunately they're tagged again. Really good defence by GB. GB look to run out though, and Alan Conboy does a kick through. Then an unusual choice of pass, but luckily for him he was tagged as the pass was, there was a penalty for contact. Essentially that's why he threw the pass. He probably knew it was a free play, so he might as well have a go. Ireland with decent field position now. They're looking to break in. Conboy looks to pass outside to Cliff, and it's back inside again. A bit of a messy ball, but it's good defence by GB, and Ireland have really only gone backwards for the last couple of tags. They look to attack the line again. They look to go wide to Vinny O'Donnell, who hasn't got much change out of the GB winger yet. He managed to beat him this time, but he's tagged by the inside link. It's back to Vinny. Vinny doesn't have his tag on, unfortunately, though, so it's another tag.
Yeah, in his left hand, you'd think that would be one of the things at international level you would remember. But luckily for Ireland, the attack continues. Walsh puts in the little kick.
And tries given, so it's 4-1. Nice kick through by Brendan Walsh there. He was tagged, but he was tagged after he kicked the ball according to the referee, so the try is, therefore it's advantage and the try is given, so it's now 4-1 to GB.
Yeah, able to regather the ball with just the one tag on, and then score right in that left-hand corner. Ireland, well, they've done job number one. They scored next. They've got themselves on the board finally. Now they need to do it again.
Yeah, they certainly do. They need to force a turnover here now, nice and quick.
Pete Adams did really well clearing up that kick-off. He fell down on his hands and knees, however no defenders in tagging distance, so he was allowed to play on. Steve Leary nearly undressed by his opponents. Gets the penalty. It's taken quickly by Jones, who finds Gamble stepping around and 12 metres inside the Irish half. Now Jay Bear is there at dummy, picks and goes, but a good tag made by O'Donnell.
Yeah, Ireland a bit scrambling a bit though, it has to be said.
Yeah, scrambling a bit, but scrambling enough. And they work it over to the left-hand side through Leary and Prout, the vice-captain and captain of this side. Decide to come right again instead of left to Inglis. Gambles, Adams, he's got Goodfellow outside him. They fake a switch. Gamble standing wide of the mark at first receiver. There with three outside him. The link up between Leary and Prout just didn't quite work, and Ireland managing to hold out on that final tag. And they have a set of 6 to relieve pressure from their own try line here.
Yeah, you just look to exit from this position, especially given how tight the GB are back in the middle, coming up fast, looking to deny time and space. Ireland could really just do with exiting, potentially now, even though it's only tag 3. Okay, so Ireland look to go wide down the wing, but again it's good defence by GB, and Ireland going to be forced to kick now with not much time and space. There it is, a decent exit kick by the player coach Cliff Calman, well dealt with by GB, but if Ireland can make the tag on halfway, at least they've managed to push the game back to the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, really well done that. Callahan had no options, everyone closing, but what they're not closing down on is Pete Adams as he goes for a second try. Over on the right hand side, the try will be given. A single point takes the lead to 5-1 for Great Britain in its opening game of the 3-test series between Britain and Ireland here at the B&I Cup. So a wonderful try. Adams just found the space, and none of the 3-4 Irish defenders chasing back were able to lay a hand on his tags. The lead extended 5-1 now to Great Britain.
Yeah, and with just 12 minutes left in the game, it's probably a bit of a mountain for Ireland to climb, especially given another error down on the try line will mean more defending for 6 tags down the Irish line.
Yeah, really good opportunity here for Great Britain to put more points on the board and to set up the momentum for the 2 remaining tests to come today for the men's 40s. Finland tagged just to the left of the box. There, switches direction with the play. More of a roll than a dive from Holt over the line there, and Ireland equal to it through Callahan. Mance spills forwards, and can Ireland counter here? They are unable to, but still they do have possession after the Great Britain knock on.
Yeah, they do have possession. It was good defence by Ireland. They forced their forward pass error from GB, and they'll have an opportunity now to counter. But again, a lot of their play in the second half is in the Irish half of the pitch, so GB have to be happy with that.
Yeah, playing a very territory orientated game, Great Britain, and it's working in their favour so far. Just over 10 minutes left in this one, 3/4 of the way through the first test. Great Britain 5, Ireland 1. Ireland playing their exit set here. They will get the penalty for closing the gap, so another set of 6 with 15 metres until the halfway line. Bear with an athletic diving tag, but Ireland able to play it quickly over to the right hand side. A little twist of the hips from Billy Leahy, and again working that short side now through Barry Casey.
GB have got 2 back in anticipation of a kick, but Ireland look to exploit the overlap as a result, but the kicker comes back in. It's just a tag on Cliff Callahan in the middle. Finney O'Donnell's missing his tag. I don't think he's noticed he's on the ball now, but it's going to be a tag back where he got the ball, unfortunately for him.
There it is, yeah. Not the first time we've seen an Irish player receive the ball with only 1 tag on, and it's going against them, although this is going against Great Britain. A penalty again for Ireland. So effectively their 3rd set since they regained possession from a British error on their own try line, and they made 45 metres so far. Still alive here as Nathan Goodfellow missed the tag on the first attempt, got it on the second. The short line run there from Casey, but only a couple of metres gained beyond the ruck. So got a run back, he's got to go.
Yeah, it feels like Ireland have to work harder for the time and the space to break through the line that GB are having to.
A good tag there on Conboy.
Gerald O'Shea isn't always experienced to potentially dummy and try to get in, but he's well tagged by the GB defence.
Using his experience, but unfortunately not getting a quick roll for Ireland as the dancing feet come in from Paul Tully, the vice-captain. But that is the final tag of the set, and Great Britain do take over the opportunity to relieve pressure. They get a penalty, and Ireland only 7 defenders in the line at the moment as Davis takes it up for a settle. Mance works it left to Sadgrove, skips back to his right-hand side. Options now to the right as Leary arcs round, finds Jones. Payne, the flick. Oh, but Payne is tagged.
I think he was lucky he was tagged there, because I'm pretty sure that was forward with.
Yeah, it did look a bit forward. I'm not sure whether the referee would have called it.
Yeah, it can be hard to call it when you're the ref in the middle. You got to stand back on the defence and then got to see through a forest of players as to whether something is forward or not.
Sadgrove found Batty on that deep charging line, and the penalty won by GB, so 6 more inside Irish half of the field, and it's still Leary twisting those hips, finding Ben Payne on the right hand side. The referee just deciding whether to award the try or not. He isn't going to, but Great Britain will maintain possession. They'll have another penalty. There's an Irish player down over the line, however. The referee just stopping the clock to check how the player is doing, so we're likely, with him having turned time off here, we're likely to hear the final play who to go in 7.5 minutes and still continue playing here. It's definitely going to be a substitution, and the referee pointed to his head. I didn't personally see the collision in too much detail, as we do get an opportunity to see it on the replay here. Tricky to see where the head knock comes in. He's tripped over.
I think he just hit his head on the ground.
Yeah, I think he has. It's the impact of his head hitting the ground.
Just bad luck.
But all the while, it's a GB score. Because we were focused on the replay of the injured player, but Great Britain have got another score there. So they now lead
6-1.
6-1.
I'm going to go out on a limb, Will, and suggest that you might win this one.
Never say never, Barry Keary. The opportunity for an Irish comeback is there. They are famous for it. But unfortunately, Brendan Walsh, the captain, unable to gather that one in, and he did play at the ball, so it is going to be British possession. 10 metres out, played forwards by Pete Adams. Tries to dance through for his 3rd try. Gambles, steps back inside as the ball was being worked to the left hand side. Sadgrove just waits on that pass and finds Vinluan. Not his first score, not Great Britain's second score, but it is their 7th point of the game. A 6-point margin now, with time ticking down, just 6 minutes left to play. That mountain is getting ever higher for Ireland to scale if they want to close the gap in this one.
Yeah, very true at the moment. GB very dominant in this match. Ireland with very little field position. The early momentum at the start of the second half is now gone, with GB getting the last 2 scores to increase the size of the gap.
Now we shouldn't read too much into this result at this point, Barry. The category last year swung one way and then the other. Ireland's winning the opening couple of tests, and Great Britain then coming back. Or I think it was 1-1 after 2, and Ireland leading at the end of day 1. They were the only team to play 3 tests on day 1 last year. So there's definitely opportunities for Ireland to pick up wins in game 2 and 3.
Oh, absolutely, and I would think that the first half performance, when Ireland were 4-0 down, a lot of it was probably
Callahan breaks and will score for Ireland. Wily old fox that he is, knows his way to the try line and makes it 7-2. Sorry, Barry, to cut across you there, but didn't want to rob Cliffy of his big moment on the international stage. A wonderful try for the Limerick-based man.
Yeah, nice little hip twister, nice finish. Really accelerated away from the defence and scored exactly what Ireland needed in response to the last 2 concessions.
Now, I hear that Cliffy's got an international cap in rugby union, but he says it's not for Ireland. Any ideas, Barry?
I think it's probably for like Dubai or somewhere like that. He worked there for a while.
We'll have to track him down in the after party, see whether it was the UAE that he represented. And unfortunately, Adam's unable to hold on to that one, and so Ireland will take possession. Just on halfway, Conboy at dummy decides to work the left-hand side. Lots of contact, really. Not super heavy contact, but we've seen a lot of players not able to get through the gap, and penalties being given away.
Yeah, it seems to be a typical game of men's tag with lots of bumps.
The referee just replaying what's happened there in his head, and he's saying it was touched over the try line by the defender, which means it's automatically dead at that point. So Great Britain had the tap, and it's a wonderful run from Picnic to get within sight of the halfway line. Certainly wanting to make up for the time he had to spend in the sin bin. As Bear, another of the new dads on this team, not quite able to get away.
No, again, good defence by Ireland on that occasion. And GB again, though, with field position in Ireland's half. And Ireland are really running out of time at this point.
So we've seen a 50-10 from Jay Bear. That time he goes for more of a deft little tap, but Ireland able to deal with it. Nice little pass there from Leahy. Conboy taps and goes. Knocked back by British hands, but the referee signals the tag was made first. Again, Great Britain playing with this pendulum defence to counter the threat of a kick through from Ireland. We've seen what Callaghan can do with the boot. That ball thrown out over the touchline by the Irish, and Britain able to go through Andy Inglis. Leary sprinting in to be there at dummy half. Bear finds Davis, and they do come back to the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's really good defence by Ireland. So far, the GB again are hammering on the door, looking at their options, looking to move wide.
Ben Payne with space on the right-hand side, selfless play from him.
Unfortunately, forward pass in the build-up there, so it's going to be a turnover. GB look like they might have been in again.
Tough call for Jones, who loses a try as a result of it. Just a forward pass, a roll ball for Ireland. A minute and a half to go. Maybe, as I mentioned, a little bit extra time in this one, given the stoppage for the head injury, and we hope the Irish player is okay after that one. Never nice when you trip over another player and go crashing into the ground like that. A few players slipping, in fact.
Ireland looking to go wide again, but you have to say that GB are defending quite well. It's going to be a penalty for contact there against Ireland.
Yeah, contact caused really by the pressure that was put on by the Great Britain defence, forcing the passes to be rushed from the Irish players. It meant the ball went spiralling up into the air, took ages to come back down, and ended up with Ireland running into contact. So GB now with the opportunity on the left-hand touchline. Nice quick passing between Bear and Inglis and Mant, and a penalty again for GB. Penalty count very high in this men's 40s game, something teams in all categories will be wanting to reduce as much as possible, as Steve Leary pretty much just walks through the defence there. He's got such a calm, languid running style, and it tricked the Irish defenders as he goes over for what will be the final score in this one. It ends Great Britain 8, Ireland 2. A real statement win from GB to start the day in the men's 40s category, Barry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. GB very dominant in that, very dominant in that game, and fully deserved the win. And it was quite a big win at international level. A gap of 6 points is a big is a big loss. So it'll be tough for the Irish to pick themselves up and get ready for game 2. But look, you know, they've got 2 more games to play, so there's everything still to play for. A lot went wrong in the first half. They were 4-0 down at half time. The second half was 3-2 when they were much more settled, so you'd have to hope that they build on that going into game 2 and then on to game 3 afterwards.
Yeah, certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination in the men's 40s category, but they do take the first one here. So we know results from all 3 men's categories, game 1 so far. Ireland leading in the men's 30s, Great Britain leading in men's 40s and men's open. We'll be bringing you the results from pitches 2 and 3, round 2 of the competition, very shortly as they come through to us. But from the results we got so far, it is Great Britain leading in 2 of the categories, Ireland in 1 of them. And as the game finished there, we did see Anya Cribben, as was Anya Payne, walking over the pitch. She's here today playing for Ireland in the social level International Cup, a former GB representative herself, and married to Ben Payne, who was playing there in the GB men's 40s. You might guess by the name, she is from Ireland, so I don't know how mixed her feelings will be there, whether she's backing her country or backing her husband to win in this one. But it was Ben Payne and the GB men's 40s who were able to take the honours in the first one. We were hoping to bring you an interview with one of the players, and it looks like it is going to be Great Britain men's 40s vice captain Chris Prout, who's jogging over right now. So we'll shortly be able to bring you a couple of insights from Chris. Hey Chris, so it was an 8-2 win there to Great Britain in game 1 of the men's 40s. Really solid display by the team. How did it feel out on the park?
Really, really good. Look, we've got one of the best coaches out there, and we're keeping it really simple. I think the boys were really, really focused on going hard at the gaps, really committing their players, committing their defenders, and I think the scoreline, it feels right for that game. We were in there half a lot, and we hope that we can continue with that as the competition goes.
Fantastic, Chris. Sorry, you're not coming through to me, but I'm sure your answer was absolutely brilliant on that one. The tries shared around amongst the players in game 1. We saw a few tries for Pete. We saw a few for Mike Vinlowen. They'll be pleased with those.
Absolutely. All the boys getting out there. Everyone's hungry for it. They've all been given a responsibility, and they're really stepping up to the mark. We had Reese as player of the game, rightly so. Just a try machine. He keeps going like that. We'll be fine today. Really happy with that performance, Bill, and we're going to keep it up, mate.
So 2 games to come in this one.
Yes, sir.
We saw the series last year, 5-test series between GB and Ireland, go down to the wire. It was 1-3-2 by Great Britain last year. You've got the advantage from game 1 here. What can we expect from the final 2 games of the day?
The second one is going to be the real test, Will. They're not going to want to just give it away. The Irish players they're good players. I've been playing against a lot of those lads for 10 years. We can't take it for granted. They're going to come out hard. I think it's going to be a closer game in the second, but we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it. We're going to win everything we can. We're going to try and win everything we can. We take that second.
Thank you very much for joining us, Chris.
Thank you so much, Will.
We'll wish you the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you
Wonderful
very much.
to see men's 40s get a win on the opening game of the live stream.
Fantastic.
Hopefully more for GB as we go through the day. Good luck.
Thanks, Will. Cheers, bud. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks. Have a good day, bro.
So we're going to say numbers like that. So obviously, this time you guys have played, so let's play the next story, you know, like, don't want to see anything cynical and we're bit square, play good footy. I'd rather not blow a penalty, so I'm quite vocal as a ref, so I'll be like, guys, get back inside, things like that. We need to go. Rock, paper, scissors, and 3, you got it.
Yeah, so next up, women's 35s.
Proceed, and you choose which way you go. That way? Yep.
So you're saying for the interviews, one of me or Barry is going to need to go down and do the thing.
I should have already picked off. No joke. Let's go!
Sorry, my fault. Okay.
Yeah. Let's go!
Yeah, sorry. So this is Will now.
So just to clarify, you're saying for the post-match interviews, what Emile Barry needs to go down and do it as though we did the way we did the trail at the start.
Who have the first possession of the game, and the first opportunity is Suze Eriksson. The captain kicks through, gathers that just before the line, but the try ruled out. Fifth and final in the set here for GB, and they work it over to the left hand side.
It's a good tag by Ireland in the corner though.
Really promising opening attack from Great Britain, but Ireland saving themselves at the last.
Yeah, Ireland look to break out here, and they'll look to go wide early through the hands. But it's good defence by GB, up nice and fast. Again, Ireland look to go wide again, and it's ball is spilled, but it's spilled backwards. Luckily for Ireland. So there's a good few players who are actually making their Ireland debut today on the 35s team. 5 players altogether. So it'll be interesting to see how they go today.
Similar story in the Great Britain squad. In fact, even more than that, Barry. Huge number of debutants. There's quite a few players that have either moved up from the women's 30s or across and up from the mixed seniors. But the majority of this women's 35 side making their international debut today. So huge and exciting opportunity for them on this main pitch at King's House. No small amount of pressure to have their first ever game on the live stream.
Yeah, that's true, but both teams seem to be giving it socks at the start anyway, with both looking to attack. GB with the territory at the moment, just inside Ireland's half, just short of the 10. GB looked to kick long, but unfortunately the kick was above shoulder height, so it's a turnover.
Yeah, it had been a good attack from Great Britain, building well, but the kick was the error that gave the ball away. However, penalty now for GB, and so the opportunity again. Nat Bell goes quickly, and so does Suze Eriksson.
Yeah, GB are up nice and quick. Ireland a little bit slow off the line, which may cost them. But it's good defending by Niamh Kennedy, a very experienced player who played in the 2018 World Cup for Ireland in women's 27s, subsequently women's 30s.
That's Sam Carter-Allison for Great Britain over on the right hand side, as Garcia receives the ball again. Both Garcia and Carter-Allison, formerly of GB mixed seniors, and Great Britain still on the attack on this right hand side, working the short side, unfortunately not ending up in a try. Second time we've seen them close to the Irish line and unable to score.
Yeah, and Ireland look to break out fast. Nice ball outside to Rachel Keogh, the vice captain, and it's back inside to Niamh Kennedy again, and then back to Sarah Prendergast, and Ireland look to move the ball again. SJ Gavin on the ball. It's a nice kick for territory It evades the GB fullback, and Ireland, if they can make the tag down here, will have forced GB back a lot. There's a lot of Irish players chasing, and it's really good play by Ireland. Nice kick for territory and good kick chase. GB with no time and space.
Yeah, tremendous chase from Ireland. Garcia was hoping she could beat the onrushing Irish defence with her pace and get round the outside, but instead she's lost 10 or 15 metres. So GB need to regain that quickly with the pick and go.
Ireland lucky they're a little bit offside here. They need to be a bit more disciplined. Referee hasn't called it, he's let play go on. GB look to clear it, and it's just into touch, just inside the Irish half.
And at this point I'll bring in Rach Livingston, who we've got alongside us for all three of the women's games today at King's House. Rach recently been involved with the Great Britain Women's Open side, but we know with GB there's a lot of sharing of resources and wisdom through the three women's sides. So you must be excited to see the women's 35s getting to play for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for having me, Will. It's a real pleasure to be here, and you've combined my two favourite things, which is talking and tag, so I'm in seventh heaven here. The women's 35s is a really exciting prospect, and it's great to see quite a bit of diversity in the representation, as you said, moving from mixed seniors and women's seniors up, and to know that there's that progression as you kind of move up the age categories, that it kind of doesn't finish just with the opens and the 30s category. So it's really exciting to have today.
Yeah, tag rugby certainly a game that can have a greater longevity in than you might be able to in the collision forms of rugby. But all of these players on both sides looking incredibly fit, incredibly agile and incredibly fast, as Sophia Prout manages to sprint through there. Good 20 metres gain for GB. Frida McKeown on the ball. And again GB working the ball to the right, all their options over on that side, as Emma Becker, the mother of three, picks and goes 3 under 3, that is. So there's nothing on a tag field that's going to phase her. I can't imagine having 3 under 3. Barry, you've got 1.
I've got 1, but he's
over 3 now.
He's definitely over 3, Will, because he's 12.
So yeah, you didn't want to risk having too many little ones running around, but I'm sure they're all watching on as they cheer on their mum, and indeed their dad Gareth, who will be playing in the GB men's 30 side as well.
One thing I will say, with being a mother of 3, is she'll definitely be patient, which is absolutely essential in this game, and I think GB has done that quite consistently, really patiently building momentum forward, getting towards the line, though not actually managing to convert it yet, but patience has been key here, so yeah, definitely applied from outside of the tag world.
It's Ireland that will need to be patient in attack now. They've had the ball a few times, but they haven't managed to get too deep into GB territory. The furthest up the field they've gone is after that wonderful kick from SJ Gavin, cleared up by Garcia, who ran back towards her own try line. Becker galloping up the right hand side, finds the gap and finds Joanna Myers to her right hand side, another player who's moved up from the Great Britain women's 30s into the 35s, and the opening score, it's a 1-pointer for GB. They'll be pleased with that one. Came from a quick turnover, the counter-attack. Ireland just not ready for it.
Yeah, and they've patiently waited for that, haven't they? They've been attacking the wings. You know, it was turned over down there only a few minutes ago, and actually they were patiently waiting, building up to that, and it's a well-earned try.
Yeah, Ireland look to counter now to try and get back into the game. Haven't started well. Just unfortunate there with that concession down the wing. SJ Gavin on the ball now. She's the other half of Cliff Callanan, and the referee gives a penalty to Suzanne Mahoney for contact in the middle. She'll look to tap and go quickly, looking to involve some of our outside players. On her shoulder was Katrina Sheridan, who's also making her debut for Ireland today. Again back through SJ, and Ireland look to break down the wing, but it's good defence by GB, nice and tight and up quick. Tags made for very little yards gained.
Take 3. This time, winger, timing.
And again, Ireland look to work the ball, but again, you'd have to say GB defending narrow, packing up the middle. Perhaps Ireland should look to go wider. GB look to seize on the error. Luckily, Ireland make the tag.
Yeah, Tess Saunders though alive to the opportunity, hands firmly on that ball, and Great Britain once again on the counter. We've seen what they can do when they turn the ball over. Working over on the left hand side again, it's Chrissy Lawton. Just inside the Irish half now as Tracy Smith calls for it. A rugby league player before this, she represented London Broncos, and it's now Garcia with space in front of her on the right wing, unable to get the ball back into Carter Allison though before contact was made. And in the end it's just the tag that's awarded.
It's a forward pass. She just couldn't quite get the pass out from under her to the supporting player into the corner. So unfortunately it's a turnover rather than a try for GB, which it looked like it might have been given the time and the space.
Great Britain certainly winning the battle of the territory here, but unable to take all of their chances at this point. Just the one try coming from 3 or 4 opportunities deep in the Irish half.
Niamh Kennedy looks to break in the middle, but she's tagged just as she looked like she was getting some momentum up, and it's back to Shake Avenue. Puts a nice kick through. Ireland look to chase it, but unfortunately it gets the touch just before the chaser can get there.
Carter Allison over to Chrissy Towers on the right wing. Garcia with the settle on halfway, just avoided the contact call. Here's Tracy Smith again, the head coach of this side, as well as one of the key playmakers within it. And Breda McGowan finds Anne Moyer outside her.
Ireland's line speed is very good. They're up nice and quick, denying time and space and making a tag again. Tag 5, and GB have only gone probably 5 metres.
I'd call it 10, Barry. It's from the hash line to the solid one, but the attack comes to nothing. 20 metres gained.
Who's the accountant here, me or you?
Yeah, never trust your figures, Barry.
Good advice.
Either way, it's Ireland that take over. Just as I say it, the ball is spilt forward. So good opportunity now for Great Britain. Inside the Irish half, and now just the error count creeping in. We saw a lot of errors early doors,
so they gave her the ball back.
Well, exactly. So a lot of errors early doors from the men's 40s. This game so far, error count had been a lot lower, but perhaps the heat and the slipperiness of the ball in these humid conditions playing against them. Rach, it's not exactly Yorkshire out there, is it?
No, definitely not. And I suppose I imagine with the men's 40s it will have been an element of nerves, but yeah, it's definitely not Yorkshire. Someone was talking about a strong breeze down here, and I was like, I think it's all about perspective. Just to go back to the rugby, but I think one of the things I'd like to see for the remainder of this half is to see Ireland utilise their kicking game a little bit more, because actually it's top tier, and when, and that's squad across all the squads.
As the break comes from Claire Hester-Carrick, just 10 metres short of the GB line, 5th and final tag, but Ireland's most promising opportunity so far. Tracy Smith calmly makes the tag there, and GB do hold out. The opportunity goes begging. Maybe an opportunity, as you're saying there, Rach, to use the kicking game just to open up the GB defence a little bit more and see what might have happened on that 5th and final tag.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we see it each time that they've kicked successfully from their own half. The following set of 6 that's come back from GB, they've been working really, really hard to get back into Ireland's half. So I'd really love for the remainder of this game to see a little bit more of that excellent kicking game.
Good spot by the touch judge there, just a small knock on as the dummy half was picking up the ball, resulting in a turnover in field position for Ireland.
Yeah, all of these women's 35s games will have touch judges on them, so none of those small errors will be able to be missed. And it's Matt Rosley, who is an incredibly experienced referee, one of Great Britain's referees that they will be sending to the World Cup, who called that one. Another representative from GB going to the World Cup is Jono Huntington, in charge of this one, as he calls the tag there with Ireland bearing down on the British line, but the pass goes to ground just at the wrong time, and contact made there.
Not enough there for an overall. Late tag.
However, it is Ireland that will get
late tag, I think.
Yeah, the late tag penalty. Of course, that one can be played quickly now. It's just a tag 0 and a roll ball. But given the match situation, Huntington deciding to award it as a penalty. Gavin looking for options, but they seem to be running away from her at the moment. Carrick, who had that wonderful dart just a few minutes ago, on the ball. And over to the left-hand side, it's the British try scorer Miles who makes the try-saving tag now. Impact player for Great Britain so far. And Carter Allison excited to see the space open up in front of her, but she had to go back and play the roll ball. Good quick hands from her, and Joe Miles finds Towers. Put back on the right-hand side. Ireland will need to keep their defence very patient, very accurate whenever Joe Miles has the ball.
Good defence by Ireland. Ireland look nice and tight to make the tags. GB not getting a huge amount of ground for their tags. Up to tag 5 now.
Lead kick from dummy half.
It's good return by Ireland. Nice bit of field position. Katrina Sheridan looks to go outside to Niamh Kennedy. Takes on the ball at pace, but she's well tagged by the defence. Again, it's back now to Alana Lawler, who looks to go wide to Claire Hester. Claire Hester is tagged, so Alana looked to go back inside to Katrina. Unfortunately, ball is spilled forward and GB get the ball.
Oh, it's such a shame, because the width was definitely on the right wing for Ireland there, if they could get it over there.
Yeah, unfortunately the supporting attacker went down the blind side rather than staying wide, so they weren't an option to pass to. Ireland get the ball back, another turnover. Decent field position now and another opportunity to attack.
Overlap on the right hand side.
Yeah, Ireland with numbers. They have to go back into the pack centre though. It's a penalty for offside.
You're going to take it quick, it needs to be on the mark. Nice up here. That'll do that, yes?
Huntington just indicating exactly where he wants the tap to be taken from. And I was just about to say Ireland's biggest chance so far, 6 tags and 5 metres. But it breaks down on the first play, and Great Britain already have gained 15 metres away from their try line. Chrissy Lawton tries to spin past the defender, but caught for contact. Ireland take over once again, and we're just not really seeing either side manage to complete their sets at the moment.
No, it's a little bit scrappy, it has to be said, at the minute.
Both sides need to rediscover that control and that calm that they had in the opening 5 minutes of the game. Remember, it's still just the barest of margins between the two. 1 point in favour of Great Britain. A try from Joe Miles, contact there. Huntington has a decision to make, whether it's closing the gap or the Irish player has run straight into the defenders. He's explaining what he's seen to both sides, and he looks like he's going to be positioning himself. No, now he does position himself on the Irish side, so it is the penalty against Ireland as Suze Eriksson walks up to the 10-metre mark, gives her players an opportunity to catch their breath before they resume an attack. The hooter goes for half-time. We are a little bit short of that on the match clock we've got on here, but half-time is called. Great Britain 1, Ireland nothing. A solitary score, and it was a wonderful one coming from Joe Miles on the right-hand side. And so a very close first half. Draws to a close. Barry, lots for the Irish to build on, but we haven't seen them cross the line yet. What do they need to do to be able to get to that point?
I think they just need to do what they were doing. They have the field position, they just need to convert it. So they just need to stick to the game plan, stick to what they were doing, and hopefully they should be able to wrestle back control of the game again. They're only 1-0 down, so like it's nothing really in international tag.
And Rach, Great Britain will be really pleased that they scored their first ever try as a women's 35 side. They've gone into the lead. They're ahead of the Irish still at half time. They're going to want to build on that though. What have you seen that's really impressed you in this first half that they can do more of?
Yeah, I think they've managed to deal with the Irish defence. The press has been really, really good. I think that's been the standout thing for them, and I suppose if they can keep their heads cool in attack, they're running some really nice lines. There's been a couple of blocks or wedges, as you might call them, seen in play, and the ball's been going to the right place, but I think staying cool as a cucumber and continuing the press that they're doing both in attack and defence, I think is potentially going to seal them the game. But as we've both said, it's really, really close, so I think it could go either way at this point.
Yeah, I can't hear the ambient coming through.
So like that, like basically.
Yeah, so we'll go down to this one. Do you think it's something we might be able to get sorted for the third game?
Stay consistent with the 7.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's very big.
Yeah. Fair.
Sometimes if I was watching league, it's a good 10.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. There's a few times I did take them back.
Like a couple of times
yeah.
where I noticed the play the ball was like a couple of metres out from that line, and you had a couple of metres out. So that's a great 10.
Yeah. No. Be fair. I do go long sometimes, and sometimes, like I said before. But yeah, no. Good feedback. Yeah.
Bigger is better.
If you're low for every single one,
This becomes an equal category with its equivalents across the national programmes in both countries. Give us a little bit of the background of how the Irish women's 35 side came into being in the first place.
So the background to it is we decided to try to field a team if we could in women's 40s in the World Cup, and when we identified that we probably weren't going to have sufficient numbers, we suggested to the ITF that instead of it being 40s it would be 35s. They agreed, and that's why we decided to set up a 35s team. And we have a lot of people who would have played women's senior and mixed senior in 2015 or 2018, so this is a way for them to continue playing international tag and continue to play in the top leagues in Ireland.
Yeah, when it was looking like it was going to be the women's 40s, we weren't really going to have the numbers over here in GB to be able to put a side together. Just in terms of the demographics of our player base, there weren't enough players that would have qualified for that. However, when we heard it was going to be the 35s, or more accurately, when our player base heard it was going to be a 35s category, a number of them got together and they petitioned for the creation of a team. We had all our plans in place for the year, for 2023, for the World Cup, for the 7 sides that we had. But the enthusiasm to bring the side into being was so great, and the number of players interested of the appropriate standard was so impressive that we were able to bring the side together. And Rach, one of the important things for me was the fact that it returned Great Britain to a point where we had an equal number of women's sides as we did men's sides. It hopefully is something nice for women within GB to be able to know that they can continue at that elite level longer than they would have been able to otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as a 31-year-old who is very aware of her age, to have that opportunity further on down the line is fantastic. When it was first mentioned about the 35s, I know that there was actually quite a number of Yorkshire players that had at least commented interest, which is really exciting to have that opportunity, because I think the demographic in Yorkshire is probably slightly older than it is in London, so it broadens those opportunities again for those regionals players. I know I always bang on about Yorkshire, but actually is those other opportunities that are really great, and I'm delighted to say that there's a Yorkshire player on the pitch today in the form of Natalie Bell. So yeah, it's just a really exciting opportunity.
We'll talk more about Yorkshire as the day goes on. They make up a huge proportion of the 8 Great Britain sides, but we are finally able to get back underway. All sides being given a full 5-minute half time in this one, and all 3 pitches running simultaneously, so they had to wait for the hooter there, if you were wondering why they were standing around, both teams ready to go but not kicking the ball off. But here we go again. It's Ireland with the first opportunity in the second half. Still looking for that opening score.
Yeah, very, very much so. Ireland will be looking to counter here now straight away and try to get a score early on. And so far they've moved the ball well, nice depth, and they're looking to...
The kick through from SJ Gavin, picking it up from dummy half, down over to this right hand side, and it's Breda McGowan who ticks and goes. Sophia Prout, well, we spoke to her husband Chris after his men's 40s team won in the opening game that we brought you from pitch 1 today. She'll be hoping to repeat the feat in this game too. Ball worked over to the try scorer Miles, and she beats the defender. She's just got the sweeper in front of her who does a really good job, and Great Britain, they will keep possession as the Irish scramble to get back that 7 metres into the fence, and the ball lost forwards, and a huge chance here now for the Irish.
But she gets tagged just in midfield just before she got the offload to Sarah Prendergast.
Crucial intervention from Sam Carter-Allison. The Irish field split, equal numbers both sides. They go to the left. Miles makes the tag.
Tag 3.
Yeah, again, BB defending really well, but Ireland are probing. They opt for the kick through, and it works out just for them. They recover. They'll get a chance to have a go in the middle.
That second kick we've seen from the Irish in this second half. Rachel, you were talking about their kicking game in the first one. They've used it to good effect so far. Here's a third kick coming.
Absolutely, and again to good effect because they've got another set of 6 there. So I don't know if they were listening, but someone's on the same wavelength. It's always been a really strong part of the women's game, especially in Ireland, and actually they're now using it to really good effect. Look at them; they're in the GB half, very very close to the try line for the first time in quite a while, having probably about 4 tags left to be attacking.
The attempted diving try coming in from Suzanne Mahoney. Knee down before the line though, so tag called. And that is Conant there that makes the interception on the goal line for Great Britain.
Really well read piece of play there.
Yeah, she'll be chuffed with that. And then subs off Eileen Conant. But good play from her. Great Britain, they've got the length of the field to go, and Garcia on the ball.
Yeah, it's good defence by Ireland, though. They're not giving GB much time or space, but nice breakthrough.
Just as you say it, Chrissy Towers beats 1, beats 2 into the Irish half. Wonderful run from Towers there. GB still working to the left. McGowan. Good hip twist. Not the easiest pass to take, but well dealt with. And then lost forwards immediately after. Becker just not able to claw that ball in.
Stay out, no marker.
So Ireland let off. Still the margin, 1-0. Drop backwards. Ireland get away with 1.
Very much so there. Pass wasn't really to hand, it just kind of went back. Ireland were a bit lucky.
Tag 2.
Rachel Keogh on the ball now. She gets tagged though. It's back to Alana Lawler, who'll look to move it to Katrina Sheridan with Claire Hester outside her, but it's good defence by GB. Ireland not getting much change out of this set of attack at all.
Tag 4. Work hard.
Again, GB are back quickly. Niamh Kenny looks to go wide. She offers herself as an option outside, but the tag is made before the pass can be made.
Tag 6
and it's a turnover.
It is, but a nice attack from Ireland that gained them a good amount of ground. We didn't see a kick to finish up. It could have given them another set of 6.
Keep coming, 1.
We can only hope.
Now it is Becker. And Towers again looking for another break. Well tagged by Ireland. And Judy Burke. Pick and go from Garcia. Towers on her shoulder. She does beat that first defender. Didn't realise she had done those, so she went back and was eventually tagged.
Well, there's nothing more frustrating than that, thinking that you've been tagged and stopping and seeing that you've actually got a break. She'll be absolutely fuming with that.
Matt Bell just clears that one up before being tagged. Here's the kick from GB, but it will go just too long.
Ireland will get the top now, 10 metres out, with GB being back 7. Lananar on the ball to Katrina Sheridan, and his penalty there for contact, possibly a little harsh. I thought the GB player didn't do a hell of a lot wrong there. Will.
Yeah, but the referees do have to make a call one way or the other. They only get a split second to see it, and from a single angle they don't have the benefit of replays like you might see in rugby union and league. So calls have to be made under pressure, and in the end that one goes against GB. But then that pass working against Ireland.
Yeah, unfortunately the pass didn't go to hand there, went to the touch. Poor turnover from Ireland really, because they had a bit of time and space. Bad miss tag by Ireland though.
That was a lovely wedge, really good offload.
And it's a try for GB.
Brilliant try.
Nice stuff. Oh no. No, it's
forward pass.
Been ruled out. The pass from Nat Bell to Tessa Saunders was forward. The player sprinting off, they thought they got the try, but it's not given.
Bit of a let off for Ireland there, Will.
Yes, yeah, they will be breathing a sigh of relief, whereas it will be frustration felt on the GB side. They can close down this option here though. No one in position to take that pass from Carrick. Neither side quite set after the change of decision. Remains GB 1, Ireland nothing.
Yeah, luckily in this game we've got touch judges, so they were able to catch like forward passes, because otherwise that would definitely have been given as a try, considering everyone thought it was one.
Well, I mean, it was good confidence in the GB players. If in doubt, put the ball down and run back as though you scored.
Fair. Fake it until you make it, Will. I think that's all.
I mean, that's exactly what we're doing right now, Barry.
100%. Well, no, maybe not you, to be fair. You're a professional. I'm definitely an amateur.
Doing a wonderful job for an amateur. Of course, Rachel Livingston alongside us, an absolute natural, it seems, on the mic. As GB wanting to show the same talent on the pitch. Ericsson finds McCowan.
Stay square, marker. Good work.
Picks and goes.
Tag 5, fifth and final.
Ireland under a lot of pressure, alright, and it's now tag 5, I think.
Right,
yeah, they've held out.
Ireland off
5 tags so far, 1 more to do. Conan, we saw a crucial intervention on the try line.
By Ireland.
And that's a really good sliding defence from Ireland. That was absolutely cracking, really calm heads. And well, let's see if they can exit out now.
Yeah, I need a good exit here, alright.
Leave that cap, Orange. Leave that cap.
So it's back to Sarah Prendergast in the middle and back to SJ. SJ breaks the line. She looks to break the fullback, but she's tagged. But it's a good yard game by Ireland there.
Onside now. Tag 5. Fifth and final.
Suzanne Mahoney just tagged in midfield. It's back to SJ for the kick through, and there's going to be a line chase now. But GB under a bit of pressure. Will they make the tag? They do indeed. Good kick chase.
Really nice pressure there from Ireland.
Time off.
Cheers. Tell them what's coming to me.
We've got time, okay? You can start with the roller ball.
So, just slight break and play here whilst an injured player is taken off the pitch. Ireland up to reset their defence and GB make the substitution.
Come on.
It's Jo Miles, unfortunately, for GB. She's scored the try. That's the difference between the two sides so far, and been a real impact player. So they'll need to continue without her for the time being. Ireland up quickly again in attack and limiting GB to just a couple of metres gained on that tag.
Yeah, Ashley Wallace making a tag there, using all her experience from the playing mixed senior in the 2015 World Cup.
Take one.
Good chase from Great Britain on a kick though, limits what Ireland could do on the counter. A fairly flat attacking line, but it is going to work for them. Looks to run around the outside.
That was a crucial tag because if it wasn't made.
Mahoney would have been all the way through and could even have had the chance to rock into the box. But that pass to no one, and not for the first time we see an Irish attack break down with the ball bouncing over the touchline. We're in the final quarter of this match. The margin remains 1 point between the two teams.
This line, please.
A score in either direction could be crucial in determining the final outcome of this one. Remember, of course, International Tag Rugby, the bonus box is in play, so while it is a women's only game, the opportunity for 2 points is still available. If one of the players scores in there, they can enter from the front, the back or the side at international level. But scrappy from both sides.
Yeah, turnover by GB, closely followed by a similar turnover by Ireland.
Good hard line from Saunders. Sorry, Rach, you were just about to praise it yourself.
Take 3. Work hard, yellow. Keep coming.
Meyer makes a few metres inside the Irish half.
Take 4. One marker.
Good tag by Ireland in the middle. Both Suzanne Mahoney and Emer Kenny making the tag. GB looked to move it again. But it's forward. I thought it might have been slightly alright.
Yeah, it did look it a little bit.
Yes! Guys, find each other. Lovely.
So Ireland already galloping up to halfway.
One.
On the counter, Great Britain perhaps a bit slow in defence there. Still frustrated by the loss of possession.
Come on, work at it.
Yeah, they're going to be getting tired now. And it's really warm out there. It's hotter than tinfoil sweater, so they're going to be getting very tired. They're going to be a bit brain tired, and this is when we're going to start to see mistakes. So it's interesting to see whether Ireland can exploit that.
Backwards.
Loose ball from Ireland. They do manage to get hands on it, but Huntington is awarding possession to Great Britain.
Wipe the hands now.
The numbers are over to the left, but Great Britain go to the right through assistant coach Emma Becker. Close to a surrender there. Garcia takes it to halfway.
Yeah,
looping pass to Tracy Smith and then spilt forward by GB.
The pressure works.
Marker.
The Barker making the error.
Stay square, marker. Just back here. One tag on. We've caught the ball in there. Back on the blue line halfway. There's good. Number 8, roll ball.
No, I think going back for an earlier tag, but it's a full set of 6 from with the signal there from Huntington.
No, contact.
Connacht making the tag on the far side.
Contact there.
Yeah, contact given away by Ireland. Connacht trying to go before the defensive line is set, so has to go back by the referee.
Yeah, it's a common frustration in tag, and it has to be said potentially with touch judges, maybe they could just mark the 10 and the team with the penalty could just go, Will, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think you will see referees favouring the quick tap when it's a successive penalty, so the attacking side is awarded another penalty, but often when there's the changeover, as you say, Barry, the referee needing to run that 14 metres, well that's 17, sorry, to get themselves into the correct position. They do ask the players to wait just a little bit longer. That attack building nicely, good fluid running for GB, but then
is that what you're trying to say?
thrown over the touchline. Well, isn't that why you're not down there in yellow, Barry?
100%. I think most of my refs are there to fit me. Handily. I'm retired, Will. I'm retired.
I don't think Huntington has any issue running that 17 metres, of course. Although he did miss the fact that the dummy half took a couple of steps there with only one tag on.
One big long step it was, Will.
Ultimately, it does end up back in British hands after the knock-on.
Yeah, so what are you complaining about? You got the ball anyway.
Tag 3. Stay square.
Good tag by Ireland on the wing as GB look to build. Time running against Ireland now, though. They're still behind.
Just a bit of miscommunication between Tracy Smith and Suze Eriksson. The deep ball thrown by Smith while Eriksson was running the hard line.
Subbing, too many on the pitch.
Great Britain do get the ball back straight away. Carter Allison will have a tap.
Yeah.
Missing out on the opportunity to play for Wales today in the International Cup, but I think she'll be pretty pleased to be making her Women's 35s debut. Previously involved with GB Mixed Seniors, but has found a home in this new side in their inaugural year. Miles back on the field after taking a knock just a few minutes ago. Good to see that. Tracy Smith tagged in centre field, 8 metres out. Ericsson, we've seen her inject some pace onto the ball. Finds McGowan. But her tag found by the Irish defence. Options to the right. If Connacht can get the ball out, she does, over to Miles on the right-hand side. Huntington just checking whether that pass was forwards or not. It is flat enough for him and for his touch judge. The try is awarded. A second try for Great Britain, a second try for Joe Miles. GB 2, Ireland nothing. Rach, have you had the opportunity to play alongside Jo? I know she was in the 30s when you were in the Opens, but maybe played some training games against her?
Yeah, definitely a few against, and always a threat, as she's proving here today. I think you could have spotted that try about 3 working days ago, because there was so much width out there, and actually now that GB's managed to ship it over, really utilise the wing, and she's always going to catch that, and that's always going to go down. So that's a great classic, I think. Women's 35s try. I think we're going to see a lot more of those today.
We certainly hope so from a GB point of view, as the sun starts to break out from behind the clouds that we have. That's only going to add to the heat, only going to add to the difficulty for the players out there today. Reasonable covering of green grass, so the pictures aren't too yellow and brown, but it's certainly the start of a hot summer. And will only get hotter as we head towards the World Cup in Limerick in August. A full 4-day event, that, with so many categories and multiple countries coming from all around the world to be involved in that one. Barry, Ireland must be really looking forward to hosting it for the first ever time.
Oh, very, very much so. It's nice to be the host and to be able to have all your best players there to the extent that you can. The travel factor doesn't come into it, unlike the previous World Cups where we've had to travel to Australia. Also looking forward to how Aussies cope with Irish cold and wet if it's raining.
Some of them may never have seen anything like it, and that could play against them in the long run, but I'm sure the talent and the experience they bring will be able to deal with anything the conditions might throw at them. And as we turn our attention back to the action in front of us, still a 2-point lead for Great Britain, still a 2-point lead for Joanna Miles in the try scoring stakes for the women's 35s. Ireland though on the ball and inside the British half. Tag made by McCowan, and they will continue on this right wing. Oh, great run, Carrig once again. She has looked probably the most threatening player in this Irish women's 35s so far, Barry.
Yeah, she has. She's had a good day so far, and she did well there. It was a nice little break. Like she could have got through, but unfortunately the tag was made.
One more 10, please. Keep coming, 7.
Sorry, we'll look to force the turnover here now, but time is very much against them with only a minute or 2 to go in the game.
3, keep going. Come on, 9.
Saunders just has to take a step back to get that roll ball. Huntington not happy with it, so 10 metres into the GB half, Ireland will take over. The box try would level things up here inside the final minute. Huge pressure on the GB side. Now there was a gap, a big gap for Prendergast to run into. She did make some good ground, and that does mean that Ireland will still continue with the ball. Hester Carrig unable to twist through on the right hand side. The last thing Great Britain want to do now, after 39.5 minutes of holding out and scoring 2 tries, is to concede at the death and end up with a draw. Huntington just explaining his decision for the contact to the Irish defensive line. It's going to be a penalty to GB. We've heard the final play hooter, so you would expect this to be the final play of the game. Rach, the last thing you want here is someone trying to be a hero and going for the kick. You just want a nice simple tag.
take the tag.
Yeah, absolutely, and I suppose in those social leagues that we play midweek, going for a glory kick or something like that is totally appropriate. But on this, you just want to be really safe on that last play. So GB have done really well.
Yeah, an inaugural win for the Great Britain women's 35s. They can be so pleased with that, and it will give them great confidence, obviously, going into the next 2 games. So being able to bring you two matches on pitch 1 so far, 2 British wins, exactly what the viewers will have wanted on this one. Rach, some of the key positives for GB.
Yeah, so for the GB Women's 35s teams, as a first game for them to go out and for them to win, really exciting, and I'm sure that they'll be hoping that they're going to build on that over the course of the day today. Key wins is just keeping really calm, being together as a team, and staying really connected in defence. You know, to keep them out and keep it as a nil score against them is absolutely fantastic for their first game.
Yeah, you have to say GB played very well there. They punished 1 or 2 little errors that Ireland made and got scores out of it. The second try probably coming when Ireland tried to sub onto the pitch, which you can't do, and then delivered an extra 10 metres for descent, which then meant that GB were practically on the line for the second score. But yeah, like you have to say, GB good value for that win. Most of the play was probably in the middle or the Irish half of the pitch, so it's a good win for GB.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Irish 35s they'll be coming out the next game with a whole new head on. It's still really close. I'm really excited to see what the next game's going to bring, because I think it's going to be tight all day.
Yeah, we're going to pass over now to Will, who's going to interview a player from the winning team for GB in that match.
So I'm joined by the victorious Great Britain Women's 35s captain, Suze Eriksson. Suze, you must be so pleased, that first ever win in the first ever game for Great Britain Women's 35s.
Yeah, such a great feeling to come out here and not really knowing what the opposition would be like, and for us to put in such a hard-fought effort to take that win was great. Yeah.
And obviously, with this being the first time we've seen the women's 35s run out in international competition, a lot of players making their debut today. How are you guys managing the nerves pre-game?
I messaged the girls in the week just to have them have a think about how they prepare for this kind of thing, because you're right, a lot of them haven't experienced this intensity, and it is quite different to the league games. So we all had to think about what mentally helps us to prepare for the game, and it looks like it paid off.
Absolutely, it did. We watched the men's 40s in their first game on this pitch. I have to say their error count was a lot higher in the first half than yours was. So yeah, it looked really calm. How do you then build on that going into game 2?
Yeah, it's an interesting tournament, I guess, because we've got 23 of us here, and we're going to switch the teams up a lot to get everybody to have a bit of a game. So we'll just have to make sure we play our game that we've been training and do the same thing, really.
Fantastic. One final bit on this game. We obviously saw 2 tries coming through from Joanna Miles. She's moved up this year from women's 30s into women's 35s. She'll be really chuffed with that performance. But great to have someone with such a try-scoring ability in the team.
Oh, absolutely. Such a solid line runner, really good head on her, nice and calm on the pitch, exactly what we need.
Brilliant. Thanks, Suze. Best of luck for the next 2 games of the day. Hopefully GB can take out the category.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thanks, mate. All right. It's working up there now.
Tag Rugby is a modified version of the game. Anybody 14 plus can get involved, and tag rugby can be played by people of all fitness levels and sporting abilities. You can play one 40-minute game each week, and there's no training, so it's great for fitting into a busy lifestyle. Tag Rugby is a 7-a-side mixed men's or women's formatted game. Mixed teams have 4 male and 3 female players on the pitch during a game. Teams have substitutions, and there's no limit to how often you make changes. Games are generally played on a pitch measuring 70 metres by 45 metres. approximately half the size of a normal rugby league pitch. Each player wears shorts with Velcro patches on the sides where coloured tags are attached. The game begins with a kick-off from the halfway line. Much like the standard game of rugby league, attacking players attempt to score tries, while defending players try to prevent them from scoring by tagging them with the removal of their tag. The attacking team has 6 plays to try and score or get as far down the pitch as possible. Tries.
Okay, so you join us for the third game of the day on pitch 1, the 4th round of matches in the competition. We've seen Great Britain win the first 2 games we've had on pitch 1. We now move to the men's 30s. We know this one was won 6-0 by Ireland in the opening game, so they'll be keen to build on that and some in this second match.
Yeah, so Ireland look to break early, put a marker down in this game straight away. But it's good D by GB, but Ireland nice and wide, good depth as well. So there's options. This squad not quite settled yet for the World Cup, so still a few places up for grabs. So a couple of people under consideration today, so it'll be interesting to see how they go today.
So just bringing you some of the results from the other pitches that we've had so far today. Mixed open, they drew 8-8 in their first game. Honours even so far between Britain and Ireland in the mixed open category. Barry was tipping that one in favour of Ireland, as it's gone the last 3 years earlier on. Nothing to choose between those two sides. Women's open was won 8-1 by Great Britain. So a fairly solid win there, as we see Britain knock on
2 knock-ons, bringing in 10, yep.
in this first opening few minutes here in the men's 30s category. Now, as we said in the pre-tournament trail, Barry, this is arguably one of Ireland's strongest sides, packed with talent throughout. But who are some of the key players we should be looking out for?
Yeah, it certainly is, and you'd be very hopeful of getting a result in this game. Again, as I said earlier, it's a lot of the strong players from 2018 and those who played 2015 and 2018 in the open category, but also some new players as well and some exciting players. So they would have come here confident of putting a lot of pressure onto GB, and so far, even in this game, there is a bit of pressure from the Irish players.
And it is Ireland who have a tap 10 metres out, another set of 6. A big opportunity to be the opening scorers in this one, of course, with it being a supercharged series, as vital tags made just before the line by Poole and Hunt. Just 3 tests. Ireland could wrap up this one and win the first category of the day if they take the victory here.
Yeah, they look to go wide again. They've got time and space.
A hand in there from Kenny Hunt. Unfortunately, it was what spilt the ball onto the ground. Had that not been there, it could have been a try for Ireland in the right hand corner. So a let off for GB, but not for long. Ireland will keep coming.
They certainly will. They look to pressurise again, but GB are defending well, it has to be said.
Yeah, tag made on Jack Levens. McAvoy
back outside to McAvoy. McAvoy looks to go himself, but he's well tagged, and it's to Gurge who look to go wide, most likely to Kennerson. Kennerson opts for the kick through, and it's a fresh set of tags for a late tag, I would imagine. So Kennerson opts to slow the game down. Goes back to row. Levens is tagged. Again, there's a suggestion that there's a penalty for pulling the shorts. So it's going to be a tag close to the line. A lot of pressure from Ireland at the start of this one.
And then the tag missed on Levens. He's gone over. The try is awarded. And Ireland take the lead in this one. Just a 1-point try. It was to the left of the box, as we see again on the replay there. Little fake pass from Levens on the tap. Question whether the knee was down before the line. I think that's what the GB players were appealing for, but not in the referee's opinion.
More in hope there, Will, I think, than anything else, to be fair.
I think so. So GB behind on the board once again against their Irish compatriots, or counterparts, I should say. As Rob Chance fields that ball, went forward a little bit, he dealt well with it in the end. Bloom with a nice dart brings the ball into centre field, options both sides, and Great Britain go to the right hand side. There's Aidan Wilkinson, one of the numerous players from Yorkshire involved throughout the GB programme. Well, based in Yorkshire, Wilkinson. Roach, we've just seen his partner Emma Becker winning for Ireland Women's 35s. He will want to do the same thing. The fake switch with Wilkinson finds support on the right hand side in the form of Irish jerseys, and so it is Ireland who take over.
Good anticipation by Keane Neely. He just dropped the yard there expecting the kick and then gathered off the kick through, so Ireland get a chance to counter, albeit like they are close to their line, so that was a good set for GB. They moved the whole way down the pitch. They'll be hoping to engineer a turnover here.
Tag made by Mike Brent. Ireland having to come back to the mark.
And it's captain Miles O'Hagan opts for the kick, looking for 50-10, but it looks like it's going to go dead, which means tap kick to GB out 10 and Ireland back 7 metres. So nice attempt, but just short of 50-10.
Narrow margins there. Sees that ball go just to the right of the corner. So Great Britain, they'll be looking for a similar kind of yardage to be gained on this next set as they got on the last one, and they decide to fake to the right and go instead to the left, and here's the break. What a wonderful one it is as well by Ben Hughes from Yorkshire, unable to play in the World Cup unfortunately, but is available this weekend. Huge intervention from him there, gaining a nice lot of ground. Wilkinson as play continues. Bloom switches the ball back inside. Gareth Roach still going, so it is O'Keefe, not Bloom. Tag is made on Roach, so Great Britain's attack will have to come back 12 metres from the Irish line, but the most promising and the most dangerous they've looked so far.
Yeah, has to be said. Good attack by GB there, and a couple of missed tags by Ireland, so they were getting to put Ireland under pressure a little bit.
Morahan over on the right hand side, and Ainsley tries to get through.
Good tag by John Cole though, preventing the score.
Roach finds Morahan and Aidan Wilkinson. Tag is made, fifth and final. Last chance for GB in this set. To cross, Roach with the long pass to Ainsley. Switches back inside. McDermott tries to keep the ball alive, isn't able to. Tag made, and Ireland will take over, having again once ensured that their line is not breached. They didn't concede a point in the opening game between these two, a 6-0 win. They still haven't conceded in this second test. Bit of an error at the roll ball.
On that line.
Yeah, it was
a knock on.
Turnover. GB with field position and a chance now to do something.
6 tags from 10 metres out, or 11 maybe, at a nudge. Really the kind of place that this GB men's 30s outfit will want to be scoring from, as Aidan Wilkinson is tagged there.
Yeah, they've had two sets. This is their third set of tags down in the line, so they really need to get something from this phase of play.
O'Keefe.
Good time by Jack Evans, pushing GB back a little bit.
So 5 GB players all in the same space on the field, and not really offering the options that any of them want. Again happens there, just the 3 of them in the same square foot. A kick through, gathered well by Ireland.
Gathered by Podge O'Brien, who just gets tagged just as he looked like he might be in open country down the try line. Or down the touchline, sorry. Ireland looks to come out. Jack Levins on the ball to Kennerson. Kennerson looks to go wide, and it's a good ball wide to D-Rowan. D-Rowan is tagged just around halfway. by Chris
Kennison
McAvoy, that was. With the
goes for the 50-10. We saw at the B&I last year, as so many times before, how dangerous his boot is, and it works again for Ireland. 5 metres inside his own half, and not much angle to play with, Barry, but he's absolutely
he is
got
exceptionally
that
good at
on
it.
the money.
He's exceptionally good at it.
You know, if you're looking to play a territory-orientated, possession-orientated game, 50-10s like that with a good kicker are absolutely invaluable. They just give you great field position and keep the pressure on the opposition the whole time. A couple of tags used up already by Ireland. All on this tight right side.
Pull GB, and I think, and then looking to go wide.
Simultaneous.
It's a good
Tag is
tag.
eventually made.
Not played out. Tag 4.
Levin's not able to cross for his second in this one.
It's a good defensive set by GB. Ireland haven't been able to do much down on the line.
Contact there, and it is definitely closing the gap. Those two defenders leaving no space
It was unfortunate for
Sandy to
GB.
run through.
They're reeling that defensive set because Ireland go back to tag 0 now. We'll get another chance to attack the line.
Nothing there. Tag 1. I know. I just wanted you to get up there. Yeah.
Levin's on the ball. Levins looks like he has time and space, and he's in. Unfortunately, a GB player slipped, and that is expensive because it's a 2-point try, and it's now 3-0 Ireland.
It is just able to sneak the ball in on the right hand side of the box, and seems to have a bit of a kit malfunction here for Ireland. A torn pair of shorts, and Kennison having to get an emergency replacement. Can't play in budgie smugglers only. But Ireland's leading by 3 now. 2 tries, both to Levins. 1 outside the box, 1 in it. And a 50-10 off the restart as well.
Yeah, very good kick there. Ireland have to be happy with that. Getting a 50-10 off the restart is hard to do, and GB just caught out by the bounce and not being quite ready. Having brought on a couple of subs.
Yeah, I mean, O'Keefe, not the tallest man on the field in terms of jumping up and trying to gather that one, but it was a good 9 or 10 feet in the air as it bounced over him, so there's not a man alive who would have been able to stop it. Beautiful kick. Sets Ireland up
Maybe
really
Mark
well.
O'Brien will now from mixed open. He's probably the tallest player we have.
Simultaneous.
Ireland look to attack the line, but it's good defence by GB. Nice and disciplined, up nice and quick to make the tags to hold Ireland out. Similar to before, Ireland hammering on the door. GB though, nice and tight.
Turnover 6. Turnover.
There's going to be a penalty there for contact against O'Keefe.
1. Drop.
And it
Good
is
tag
GB's O'Keefe
by Alex
that
Murphy.
comes away with it. Kenny Hunt on the left hand side. If you find your feet are slipping around inside your boots, it's Kenny Hunt you need to speak to. His gripwork socks worn by most players on this men's 30 side for GB. In fact, a lot of players within the programme, offering that vital edge and providing greater longevity through the day, so your feet don't get so blistered. Mike Bloom puts in a kick and then makes an athletic diving tag after the GB attack breaks down. A knock on there by Ireland. Great Britain once again on the ball, once again in the Irish half, still looking for their opening score as Rob Murch of the Cuzzies, winner of the 2 major tri-tag rugby tournaments we've had so far this year, and bossing the team in the middle.
Yeah, GB went wide quite effectively there, but Ireland's drift is good. They make a tag for not very many metres gained.
Murch ships it out to no one in particular. Confusion there from the players as to what they're going to do, and a knock-on is spotted. I wasn't sure for a moment whether GB were going to have got away with it.
Good spot by the referee, to be fair.
Yeah, correct. Cool.
Much criticism as I gave him, that was a good spot. Oh wait, I'm not allowed to criticise refs. That's it.
We go through this in the briefing before commentary every tournament, Barry.
Yeah, fair. So Ireland look to break out again now. Oh, and it's a rare mistake by Kennerson. And it's GB who have the ball now on Ireland's 10-metre line.
Murch to Booth. Worked back to the left-hand side. Hampson with a strong display with East London at Nationals just 5 weeks ago. All the players to the left for GB if they can get it out. Hampson tries to snake through the middle, unable to get in. Kennison with the tag.
Yeah, Ireland were a bit packed in there. GB might have been better off going wide.
Ben Hughes also trying to twist the hips. But the gap's just not there. This Irish defence so experienced and so accurate. That's absolutely fine in tag rugby. Yes, it gives away another set of 6 to GB, but it's not a penalty offence. Legitimate defensive tactic from Ireland, and Hampson nearly through there. Maybe should have backed himself, gone for the dive instead of the pass.
Probably would have, yeah. Rather than making the pass, it gave the defender the opportunity to make up for not taking a tag in the first place. It's good defence by Ireland. They push GB back. GB with a lot of ball down here, but no score to show for it. It's really good defence by Ireland so far.
Yeah, it's fast line press, but all together, all as one unit. Puts the pressure on and means that mistakes like that from GB are forced, and Ireland continue their immaculate record in keeping GB men's 30s out.
Yeah, GB won't be happy having all that ball down the line but not managing to really do anything with it. Ireland will look to break out with numbers now, but it's a good tag on the wing by GB. You feel GB can't really afford to concede again before half time and not score themselves. It's a close game though.
It is just the 2 tries between both sides, with a total of 3 points in favour of Ireland. We've brought you 2 Great Britain wins on this first pitch. Looks like we might be heading towards an Irish win as we approach half time in this one.
Yeah, it's good tag by Angus O'Brien there in the middle.
Yeah, really good, and it gains, when you look at where Ben Hughes had got on the left wing, gains about 10 metres in defence for Ireland. That Rob Chance offering the hip, not quite a surrender though.
GB come down the blind side. Oh, bit of time and space here potentially.
A penalty given away by Great Britain. Hughes will feel he wasn't left with anywhere to go but the touchline or the defender. He chose the defender and he missed the tag. Levens for the hat-trick. If he goes here, Chance doesn't have the pace. He steps back inside. Levens. Oh, wow. Well, that is
cheeky,
but classy as well. I mean, to have the balance, to have the temperament there, to just take that step back inside. He'd sprinted away from Chance. McDermott was coming over from his left-hand side, but he knew if he took the step off the right foot, he would be able to get the bonus box score. 5 points for Ireland, and all 5 of them coming from that man, Jack Levens, in the number 14 jersey for Ireland.
Yep.
It's Kennison we were talking about at the start, Barry, but it's Levens who's been the difference so far.
Oh, very much so, yeah. He's having a fabulous game.
Aidan Wilkinson just stopping that one from going over into the force field that would have ensured Ireland received a dropout from Great Britain back to them. As it is, GB now on tag 2, 15 metres out from their line.
Contact.
Chance twisting the hips to get within 10 metres of the halfway line. Here goes Bloom. Mike Bloom beating 2 defenders, caught eventually by the third inside the Irish half now. Roach trying to position his players, and then that pass is just...
Pass on the hand, unfortunately, just a little bit short.
Impossible to do anything on that. And the momentum that GB had created slightly lost, but they are still in possession on the right-hand side. McDermott tagged, and that will bring an end to the first half. Ireland 5, Great Britain nothing.
I think you mean Jack Levin's 5, Great Britain nothing. No?
Well, you could say so, just like Joe Miles scored all of GB's points in the Women's 35s game previously. It's Jack Levins who scored every single one of the 5, all 3 tries, including 2 bonus box scores in this one. And so half-time, cumulatively 11-0 to Ireland from 1.5 games. It's a huge hill for Great Britain to climb to get back into not only this game but this men's 30 series, Barry.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Will. I think that the 30s came with the firm intention of doing their absolute limit, and at the moment that's the way they seem to be playing. Probably helped in this game certainly by a very, very good performance by several players, but Jack Levin's probably been the standout, with his last try, to be fair, being a very excellent finish. What should have been potentially a 1 became a 2 through pure footwork and speed of thought. So they'll be very happy with how it's gone so far. But I know this team, they're absolutely determined to do well in the World Cup, and they view this as their last real proper test before the World Cup, and they want to put down a marker today.
Absolutely, these matches can provide a real springboard for each of the sides from both GB and Ireland to power them into the World Cup and onto even greater success there. Just going to bring you up to date with all of the results from every team's first game of the day. A couple of them we mentioned for you already, but we'll run back through everything. So men's open, game 1 was won 4-2 by Great Britain. Men's 30s, the first game of the one we're watching here now. Ireland won that one 6-0. Men's 40s, you have that on pitch 1, GB 8, Ireland 2. Mixed open on the back pitches, it was 8-8 between the two sides there. Women's 30s, the result there was a win for Great Britain, 8-1. 8-1 for the women's 30s in favour of GB, 9-2 for the women's open in favour of GB. So GB leading the women's open and women's 30s categories. Mixed seniors though, the first win went to Ireland, 9-5 to the Irish. And the exhibition game that we had on pitch 1 in our second showing of the day was 1-2 by Great Britain women's 35s. So we'll shortly be bringing you the second half of the second game of the men's 30s category, with Ireland leading 5-0 at the moment.
Ireland will be happy how this one's going so far, but second half all still to play for. Ireland not quite out of sight, they're just 2-3 scores ahead, so not that much in the grand scheme, I think. So it'll be interesting to see how this second half goes.
So with those results in from round 1, just round 1 only, that is Great Britain leading in 4 of the 7 categories, Ireland leading in 2 of them, and the mixed open category 0-0 after a draw in game 1. The women's 35 scores not counting to the awarding of the B&I this year, but that would be the 5th category Great Britain are leading in as we await the resumption of hostilities in this second game of the men's 30s category. Barry, it's gone Ireland's way so far. More of the same could well be coming in this second half, but put yourself in a GB pair of shoes for the time being and tell us what it is that GB need to do to get back in this game.
Play that.
1, drop!
Two! Hold it, wait. Three! Hold it, wait.
Mike Brent picks and goes for GB. Tag well made by Ireland. And Dave Wilkinson of Yorkshire and Great Britain puts in the kick. Challenging one for Ireland to deal with. It's not going near the touchline for the 50-10, and eventually Thomas McGrath does well to bring the ball in.
Two! Three! Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Good in.
Canison on the ball, and really GB giving him too much time there. In the end he didn't take any options, but a player like that you want to be closing down a lot quicker, Barry. As the kick through comes from Ireland, Kenny Hunt can't quite deal with it, knocks it back and into the hands of the on-rushing Killian Marmion, and he's done superbly there to stay alive when he looked like he'd overrun the ball. Kennison can't dart away from chance, but it is the Irish with the chance that didn't look like it was going to come their way. An opportunity now to sprint for the box for Marmion once again. Oh, McAvoy, sorry it was. Yeah.
Tag three! Try line. Tag! 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 Four! Tag four! In the field of play, tag four!
We apologise if there was any interruption to your usual Barry Keary service there. Barry may not have been switched on, but he's back with us now. And I mean that in a electronic sense, not metaphorically.
You've just been trying to get rid of me as usual, Will. Is that it?
As the long pass comes in from Ireland over to the left-hand side. Hand was in there from GB, and it will give Ireland another set of six. And they work over to the right-hand side. Probably another hand there from Champs.
So yeah, that was probably unfortunate. It looks that GB will now have to defend again, and it looks like it's another knock on by GB. That's three in a row, Will, down at the line, which isn't great when you're defending.
Well, the work that you have to put into defending, it's all eight are involved continually every time, and it is slightly differently to the attack. And so to have to defend for long periods in this kind of heat really is exhausting, and is only going to work against you in the long run.
Yeah, relieved by a penalty there now against Ireland for contact. With Paul O'Brien just going into the defensive line, not aiming at a gap, so referee turned the ball over for contact.
One!
GB looking to come down the wing, but Ireland's defence as well. Marsh and GB not gaining many metres.
Yeah, Ben Hughes' acceleration pulling him away, but the tag had already been made before it got to him, and so GB momentum lost as Hughes had to run all the way back. Hampson now sees whether an option will open up in front of him. It doesn't. Sandhu equal to him with the tag. Roach goes for the kick, and it's going to be gathered by the threat, Levens. Roach does make the tag on him just before Levens breaks away for what could have been his fourth score. Third score, sorry. No, fourth score, yeah, he scored 2 bonus box tries and a single pointer.
Yeah, it would have been a score.
Hat-trick already in the first half for Levens as Sandhu takes it up 10 metres inside the British half.
Yeah, Alex Murphy looking to go wide. Outside to the winger. The winger's tagged well, though. It's back to Miles O'Hagan and back inside to Alex Murphy. He looks to pass to Paul O'Brien, but unfortunately the pass is only to a GB player.
Chance managing to fall on the ball and clear it up, and Great Britain will go down the left-hand side with Ben Hughes. Once again, contact is made, no penalty given either way. Hampson picks and goes, tag made on him before he can gain too much ground. Murch has to check his run. First receiver finds Aidan Wilkinson. Spilt backwards by Hampson, but cleared up by O'Keefe.
Yeah, it's going to be back to tag 0 because it was advantage there for a knock-on. So GB will get a chance to attack again with a fresh set of tags.
Murch with the early kick.
Murphy's
a good one.
With Levens outside.
So Murphy almost round the outside there. Johnny Beryl just making the tag.
It's back to Gurge. Gurge looks to go inside. He stopped though, just short of the 10-metre line. Jack Levens has Miles O'Hagan on his shoulder. O'Hagan opts to pass to Paddy O'Brien. So it looks like it's going to be contact for the attempted tag on Levens.
Just wait.
It is just when O'Keefe thought all his Christmases had come at once and he was going to have a free gallop to the bonus box. It is instead Ireland attacking once again through that man Jack Levens. Numbers to the left, but they will go right.
It's Marion on the ball now with D Rowan inside, back inside to Alex, but Alex Murphy is tagged before he can quite make the line. It's really good defence by GB again. But Ireland look to move the ball quickly with O'Hagan on the ball. He fakes a pass, but the GB defence doesn't buy it and they make a good tag. Back inside to Levens. Levens looks to go outside. And it's another knock-on by GB, so it's a fresh set of tags again. GB having to do a lot of defending at this point in the second half.
Yeah, I feel like deja vu for the men's 30 side now. So many times Ireland has had them pinned down inside their own red zone, and so many times that they've been able to refresh their sets and go again.
Yeah, Ireland look to go in the corner, but GB defended quite well. No panic, they're dealing really well with this set despite all the ball. Ireland haven't managed to score yet.
Tag made by Murch on Levens. Ireland looking to go left. Murch gets a hand in there. It's going to be yet another set. The signal from the referee is that Murch has gone too soon from the mark, so it's an offside.
You feel GB may well concede here because Ireland have got so much ball down here now and so much pressure. It's a lot to have to defend. Evans looks to jink in, but he's well tagged. He complains to the referee, but the referee's having none of it, telling him to get on with it. And now it's Kennerson on the ball who opts for the kick through. It's a little bit messy, both ways. I think that that's a 50-50 and the ref's going to give GB the penalty, so GB will get the chance to finally break out.
Yeah, Matt ultimately deciding in favour of Great Britain. Murch with the tap over to, or passes it over to Hampson for the tap. Hampson skips off a few metres. Hughes within 10 of the Irish half. Another set of 6 called with the penalty for Great Britain.
Yeah, I think penalty there for pulling the shorts potentially, was it?
Confusion from both sides. Yeah, well,
must be just a tag.
The new set of 6 signalled, but the marker allowed to be put in place.
Michael Darwin up to come up. GB up to kick the ball. Perhaps not the wisest decision on a low.
Yeah, not much that Booth could do really. The pass was to his feet, and as you say, the Irish defence right up in his face, Barry.
Yeah, fair. Good pressure by Ireland. He could have just tried to catch the ball though.
Tag!
Potentially.
Maybe if your boys put a little bit less pressure on, then he might be able to. Got to play fair.
That's true. There's a fair bit of pressure on the Irish side, alright. Ireland are hammering away at the GB line. And GB are doing well to hold them out at this point.
Kennison picks and goes, and this could well be another try for Ireland.
No
tag.
Tag. It is now. That's a try, I think.
Matt Rosley awards the try. And who's that scored?
I think it's Jack Levens.
What? I mean,
I don't think we've ever commentated in a game where someone scored that many points.
4 tries, 6 points.
Rona Roper maybe in a ladies game.
Emily Rona Roper for GB Women's Open last year on day one of the British and Irish Cup had a similarly dominant performance, but I'm sure a few of her teammates scored on that day. So far, no one but Levens getting a look in for Ireland. They won't mind though. They'll be happy to go along for the ride and enjoy the 6-0 lead.
It's all about the team, as you know, Will. What matters is who wins the game. How you get there is just part of it.
So 3/4 of the way through game 2, Ireland already at the score that they won game 1 by, 6-0 in their favour. Great Britain really desperate now to get something on the board. This game does look to be gone for them, and so too with it. The category, just 3 tests in the series this time. Ireland will take a 2-0, an unassailable 2-0 lead after this game. But GB, they want to show what they can do. They want to get over that try line. Roach unable to take that ball. Ireland take possession.
Yeah, good pressure again by Ireland there. Just slight error by GB. Unfortunately, pass just a little bit low. And due to the line speed that Ireland were coming up at, and Ireland will get another opportunity to attack.
Tag made by Booth on Liddy. Ireland already going again through Sandu up the middle.
It's back outside Miles O'Hagan, who looks to go wide to Angus O'Brien. And again, Paul O'Keefe just gets tagged before he has a chance to really do anything. Miles O'Hagan up for the kick through, gets his piece of luck.
Oh, it's worked incredibly for him.
Off a GB player who was on the ground, and that's unfortunate for GB. That's a very unlucky try to concede, and Miles O'Hagan gets in on Jack Levens' action by claiming the try of his own.
He does. A quarter of the points now belong to O'Hagan with that one. Just gets it inside the front right corner of the bonus box after the kick ricocheted up off the boot of the British defender, straight back into the hands of O'Hagan. No defenders in front of him. Ireland 8, GB nothing at this point in the game. Just 8 minutes remaining. GB will really want to get themselves off the mark, and this will give them an opportunity to do so. We know that Kennison's boot is big as he looks to signal there for an Aussie rules goal. It would have been, were he playing that sport, straight through the goal in the middle. 6 points it would have been if he was playing that sport. Unluckily for Kennison, it's tag, and so it is a tap on halfway for GB. Hanid and Brent linking up on this right hand side, finding Booth. Roach, options closing down in front of him. He went to go right and realised he'd run behind Brent. That would have been a penalty to Ireland, so went left in the end. Brent unable to find Hanid before the tag. Sure, Riz's kids at home will be watching on, very proud of their dad once again representing his country.
That's right, Thackeray.
And Dave Wilkinson taking that ball up to the line, probably should have held on to it. The pass to Brent was just in front of him, he was unable to claw it in. Lost forwards, and Kennison, as you'd expect, already at the mark, already looking for Ireland to build their next attack. Puts himself at dummy half and passes to the left into the arms of Liddy.
To Keane Liddy. Looks to go inside to Alex Murphy, who's moved back inside from Link. He'll roll to Angus O'Brien, and it's going to be out to Kennerson. Kennerson has Marion outside, but he opts for the kick for 50-10. It looks like it might have legs, but no. Just goes over the end line, so it's going to be a tap out 10, with Ireland being back 7.
So after a wonderful opening 50-10 in this game from Kennison, he's tried it twice more since then, and it's just not quite worked out for him. That one even closer. And the thing is, you're about to say about the territory that it gives and the pressure it takes off Ireland in defence, and you're absolutely right. Even if it doesn't go right, it's not a huge error.
No. Sometimes this game is all about territory, and if you kick, you never know. Maybe the fullback gets the ball and you force them to make a mistake, you force them to knock on, you force them to throw a forward pass.
Talking of forcing them to make mistakes, the dancing feet of Mike Bloom there, bewitching the defenders, and he made some good ground on the right hand side. GB has shipped it all the way over to the left, but once again, as so many times before, the pass going astray and knocked into touch.
No, you feel GB potentially forcing it a bit because they're so far behind, and then the errors are just creeping in because they're making the mistake of thinking what they're going to do with the ball before they actually secure the ball. So there's knockdowns happening when potentially they shouldn't be. But they're defending well here. They've fenced Ireland in, and there was no real yardage gain there. But Ireland looked to go wide again through Marnian, who opted for the kick through. He's in a chase. GB, you feel need the ball to go here. And that's a good tag by Levens and a good clearing territory kick by Ireland. GB all the way back down and close to their try line. If Ireland can force a turnover here, it'll be an opportunity to get pressure back on again. And for 3 tags, GB have only gained approximately 5 metres. Ireland are up quick again. It looks like they'll make the tag again, and we're now up to 4. And GB haven't really moved too far forward. And Ireland on 5th and last tag.
As Beryl tagged on the right touchline. Roach will have to kick. It is a good kick. It goes over the head of the defender, just short of the 50-10, but it will be Ireland possession fairly deep inside their own half.
Yeah, Ireland look to calm it down now, just going through the motions and often to keep the ball because they have this game under control, so they're not really going to do anything silly. 11s looks to break again. And it's back to Gurge, and it's outside to D. Ronan. He has time and space. He beats the first one, but the second player gets him. Nice mini break by Rowan though. And back inside then to Andy Harris. Andy Harris to the try scorer today, Jack Levens. Back to Paddy O'Brien on the wing, but he gets tagged. And we're going to go back inside to Levens again and back to Harris. No, Levens opts for the kick through himself. He gathers, but he's tagged just as he gathers. So Ireland
Good
again
tag.
up on the GB line on a low tag count. Will have the opportunity to attack at least twice. They opt for the pass outside Joe Hagan. It's the last tag now. Be interesting to see what Ireland tried to do here down on the line. Gurge goes outside. It's back to Levens, and it's a tag on Levens and turnover at GB. Good defence by GB there. Decent attack by Ireland as well.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the ground they gained. Certainly exactly what GB need to be doing themselves. They were unable to make those incisions that Ireland have demonstrated for them so well. Bit better on this opening couple here as Bloom finds his way just short of the 10 metre. A fake pump from Aidan Wilkinson, and then over the head of Beryl into touch, but offside signalled by Matt Rosley, the referee, so Great Britain will get
He knew it was a free
again.
play, Will.
That's certainly what he'll be telling people. Tag made because Bloom's foot was down, or his knee was down. The tag wasn't actually taken off him. Chance not able to get past Sandu.
Good tag by Ireland, but the question mark there about closing the gap.
Yeah.
Penalty wouldn't have been unwarranted. Should be look to move it now. The trick here will be not to knock the ball on. It's tag 3. They've got field position. Just need to be nice and calm and don't rush it.
Just as you
Commentator's
say,
course.
signalled backwards though by Rosley, but it does bring GB to 5th tag. Chance picks and goes from dummy half, puts in the kick himself, a little bit scrappy. And Rosley just explaining to Murch and Levens what he's seen, and ultimately Great Britain are going to get another set here. I believe he's saying played at by Ireland and then knocked
I
on.
think he's saying knock on, yeah, on the ground, which I think it probably was. In fairness, good call by the ref. Kyle Murphy opts to make the tag. He's going to have to make it again, and he does. Taking the 2 this time for good effect.
Great Britain very tight together as they look to work the ball back to the right, having initially gone left. Luckily for them, Ireland caught offside. Rosley just wants to make sure he's got the defensive line set before Bloom goes. The fake pump from Bloom, but Ireland holding out still. Inside the final minute, Great Britain looking for their opening score still.
Good tag by Harris, but it's going
Has
to be
the gap
closing.
closed. Murch looking for the quick tap. right
going
in the
so,
box.
But Andy Harris not buying it, he makes the tag.
Yeah, and he's got to go back to where the tag was made. Murch can't take that quick roll. Bloom finds Ainsley.
Well watched by the Irish defence there, and a good tag by Angus O'Brien.
Just 15 seconds remaining, and Ireland Great Britain looking for a consolation score in this one. Final play of the game. Murch over the top and into touch, and this one will end Ireland 8, Great Britain 0. And the first series of the day that we can say has been awarded goes in favour of Ireland. 2 comprehensive wins, 6-0 and 8-0. Ireland wrap up the men's 30s.
Yeah, it's a fairly ruthless performance by the Irish men's 30s, in fairness. Following up the big win in the first game with an even bigger win in the second. Aided by, it has to be said, a great performance by Jack Levins individually, who scored 6 of the 8 points. But yeah, Matt Kennerson will be very happy with that. He came here to put down a marker on the road to the World Cup, and he's done so in the first 2 games with his squad. So they'll hope to continue that, I would imagine, in game 3.
They certainly will. Of course, if we have a tied category, that one won't count towards the standings, which increases the chance of there being a tie overall in this 2023 British and Irish Cup. In that event, it would come down to games 1, and so categories where one nation can win 3-0 over another are absolutely crucial if we find ourselves in that situation. Barry Keary is heading pitch side, and will hopefully be bringing you an interview with a member of the victorious Irish men's 30s squad before we will turn our attention to the women's 30s. And following that, the mixed seniors. The last 2 games that we will be bringing you today on Tri Tag Rugby's YouTube and Great Britain Tag Rugby's Facebook, before we switch at 15:25 to the Rugby Football League's Our League app. But you can also watch on a phone or a laptop. You don't have to download the app if you don't wish to. You can register for the Our League for free, and that is where you will be able to watch the final 3 games of the day from pitch 1, all of them in the opens categories. Men's Open first at 3:30, Mixed Open at 4:20, and then the final game of the day, Women's Open at 5:10. So 2 more games on TTR's YouTube and Great Britain Tag Rugby's Facebook page before 3 games on RFL's Our League. And you can see it is the victorious Matt Kennerson jogging over to join Barry Keary pitch side for this one in the interview.
Can I hear me yet?
Hello, I'm joined here by Matt Kennerson from Men's 30s.
How you going?
Can you hear?
I can hear you.
Hi, Matt.
How you going?
You happy? You happy with how that went?
Yeah, happy with how it went.
Are you happy with how that went?
Yeah, I feel we were quite scrappy. We didn't really play our style. We were a bit more clinical in the first game. I know the scores were identical, but it just felt like we were a bit clunky there in that second one. But yeah, you know, a win's a win, and it proved the boys and our identity is we just make mistakes and scrap until we get the footy back and try and complete. You know, well, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy with the win.
You happy with how Jack Levins went in that game?
I'll tell you something about Jack Levins,
I
right?
think he got 6 of the 8 points.
When Jack Levins, when the camera's on, that guy turns up. That's all it is. So I'll tell you something, Barry, put us on pitch 1 for the whole World Cup and we'll win it. Because Jack Levins just wants to show off to the rest of the world. That's a fact. You write that one down. Jack Levins loves the camera.
I will write that down. I particularly like the box try where he stepped back inside to take out the covering defender.
Yeah, he's a bit of a show pony, but hey, if you can do them and you can do them on the big stage, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. How do you think Game 3 is going to go, Matt?
Well, we still haven't finalised our squad, so Game 3 will be very much a mixed match of different players playing different positions. I'd said with about 10 to go how they're making my decision to finalise the squad so hard, so I think myself and players like Jack and Kilimami will take a backward step for this game, and see those guys who are fighting for the last couple of spots really put their hand up and try and get one of those last spots for the World Cup. So I think that's how we'll play it, try a few new combos and see how we end up.
Very good, very good. Well, best of luck in your last game.
Thanks very much, guys.
And congratulations on your first 2 wins.
Cheers.
So next up it's GB Women's 30s versus Ireland Women's 30s. GB taking the first game today, so it'll be interesting to see if Ireland can get the win that will extend the series to the 3rd game. So how do you feel this is going to go?
Yeah, thank you for having me back. I think if it's a reflection of the first game, GB Women's 30s will be able to keep it up and take the win. But I suppose that's what I meant to say, isn't it, Barry?
That's what you're supposed to say, yeah. That's all right though. You could be in favour of GB. Like my co-commentator tries to pretend that he's neutral, but he isn't really. He just hides it well, that's all.
Not that well, I don't think, Barry.
Oh, by the way, I have to apologise for accusing Will of being a Tory the last time we were doing commentary. So I'm really sorry, Will. I'm well advised at this point that you're not actually a Tory.
I appreciate that apology, Barry. It was a talking point within the GB setup. We've all made slight errors on live broadcast before, but no hard feelings.
They're not match balls, no.
Fair.
Anyway, we turn our attention to the women's 30s lining up in front of us now. So it was an 8-1 win to Great Britain in Game 1 of this 3-test series between the two sides. This is the side, Barry, where if we're looking for a draw, you'd expect it to come. 4 tests drawn between these two sides last time out in Leeds in September of 2022, and the category itself drawn back in Limerick in 2021. GB started strongly, but Ireland can certainly find their way back into it.
Yeah, very much so. Like the last time in Leeds, the first game was 0-0. I've actually been doing this for a long time, as you know, because I'm old. And I've never actually commentated on a 0-0 game before that.
It's gone over the line.
So now Ireland will be determined to get back into this one, having lost the first test earlier today.
Well, the first bit of the game goes in favour of Great Britain. A restart that goes over the force field of the goal line and forces Ireland to kick back to Great Britain. They did well though, all the way to halfway as Kirsty Clark cleared it up there. Well, Rachel Livingston, great to have you back alongside us again. You obviously know some of these players fairly well. Who would you say are some of the names to look out for in Great Britain's women's 30 side?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few of them on the pitch at the moment. A very exciting addition this year is Lois Lau from the mixed seniors setup, who's the very, very calm, controlled middle. You can see her in at dummy half at the moment, and Kirsty Clark as well, who's rolled the ball there. Also very, very calm head on her. She was really, really effective in the first game that I was watching on one of the other pitches. But I'll be honest with you, I think it's an absolutely cracking setup. There's threats all the way along the line of players. So yeah, I think pretty much everyone is a threat, and you could see that on the previous game.
Ball away.
Certainly the case that this Great Britain side is packed with talent, and here we see the talent of Mason Bertrand poaching on the loose ball and running all the way for the opening score for Great Britain. 1-0 with a try in the left-hand corner. Mason Bertrand needed just half a sniff and she took it there. And GB now ring the changes. Superstars going off, but more superstars coming on. Steffi Geertsen, surely one of the highest scoring players of all time. in tag rugby onto the field in the sweeper position right now, and the experience on experience of Kat Lindsay, who takes the field. Not only does she contribute to GB herself, but she's also provided 2 younger players for us. Her daughter Jade in the women's open side, and Reese in the mixed open. And in her spare time, she also coaches the GB women's open side. So involved in every possible aspect of GB is Kat. And it will be Lindsay who takes it. First receiver finds Sarah Hunter. Over to Stacey Coffin, a welcome return to the women's 30 side this year, but the tag had already been made. However, it gives Akers a space on the left-hand side for GB. The pass just not able to go to hand. The tap breaks down, and Ireland will have their first opportunity, nearly 3 minutes into the game, to show what they can do in attack.
Yeah, it's Ireland's first time on the ball, so they look to try and move it to move GB around, so it'll be interesting to see what they do straight off the bat.
Tag 1,
Holly Jenkinson gets tagged just back to Claire Mullen, who brings it inside.
Tag 2.
And then it's back inside again to Jenkinson.
Tag 3.
Jobs to make the offload.
Step 21.
But well tagged there in fairness. It's with Aoife Earl now,
Tag 4.
who played Ladies Open in the 2018 World Cup. It's back inside to Jenkinson. Ireland going backwards here really.
Tag 5, 50
Needs to
left.
just calm down a little bit. You feel it's a little bit frantic at the moment.
This is good.
The kick coming in, and it will go just into British territory.
There's your mark.
Hopefully avoids the camera and the sound equipment down there. And M Stone rolls back to Steffi Geertsen, probably one of the most fearsome partnerships you could imagine if you're a defending set of players. However, the attack comes to nothing from Great Britain. Just on tag 2, and Ireland now inside the GB half and with the opportunity.
Yeah, it's coming back inside to
Tag 2.
Jenkinson and Ireland. They're probing a little bit here, so it's looking good for Ireland at the moment. But they're tagged before they can get too much momentum behind the ball. It's back outside again. Ball doesn't go to hand down. It's all a little bit frantic from Ireland. It's turned over by GB again, just narrowly in their half the pitch.
Tag 1.
Yeah, lost forwards. So Great Britain now with the opportunity to attack, and Geertsen twists the hips but gets through the first defender. Tagged by the sweeper 10 metres inside the Irish half. Coffin plays it to the left.
Tag 3.
And then the defence closes down on Naomi Hampton. Over to Sarah Jones now.
It's a good tag.
Phoebe Robbins.
Tag 5, 50 left.
She is one of women's seniors,
quite well.
women's 30s most experienced players.
Maybe up for the kick, but it's not dealt with by the fullback. But luckily for her, GB knock it
Knock
on.
on first off.
Yeah,
So
not
back
dealt
to
with
Ireland. Turn
by
over.
Patricia Dunn, not dealt with by Steffi Geertsen. Ultimately Ireland who will be able to come away with it. And a pressure relieving set for them here.
Tag 2.
Rach, how important is it to have a good, strong exit set in your repertoire as a tag team when you're playing out from this close to your own try line?
Tag 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is the difference between winning and losing games, really, isn't it? The number of times that you'll be trying to exit out your own set, and one silly knock-on or one silly handling error can mean that actually you're then defending on your own try line, and it's so hard to be repeatedly defending sets coming out of your own try line. So actually they'll be absolutely desperate to make as many yards as they can do up the field before they can kick for territory. And I think Ireland are doing well with this and are kind of managing their handling errors now. So this last kind of few passages of play have been really nice from Ireland.
Yeah, making it almost all the way to halfway, still with tags left in the set.
Ireland probably have to kick now, I'd imagine. Valerie Power being the option, number 10. Oh.
Tag 5, 50 last.
It was a nice idea, wasn't it? Because there's definitely space out wide.
50-10 is on.
Too high, unfortunately.
Over the shoulder.
Yeah, the setup was good, but the chip kick not allowed in tag rugby over shoulder height of the referee, and so it will come back to GB's captain Phoebe Robbins, who ends up with the ball played back to her by Lau. And they switch it over to the right hand side, and here goes Mankey,
Nice
a fellow Yorkshire woman of yours, Rach.
Absolutely incredible line runner. I think she's a massive addition to the women's 30s mix. She's slotted right in. You can see in the previous game that we were watching earlier, all their links run really hard lines, and that's a kind of a Daisy Mankey special. So she's definitely slotted right in.
Was looking very promising for Great Britain on that right hand side, but then it broke down, and Ireland now with a reasonable bit of field position to resume their attack, and a hole breaking open in the midfield. Support runners coming.
Yeah, Barry Kerr did really well there, take advantage of the hole. Nice little offload to Kerr Cunningham, but she was caught just short, and now it's back outside again.
But how often Barry is Cunningham the right player in the right position at the right time?
Yeah, she's pretty adept at that, to be fair.
Tag 5, fifth and last.
And it will be Cunningham who takes it at first receiver, puts in the little kick.
It's played by 8.
GB, I think we're offside there, though.
Yep.
Took advantage of it.
Played by 7.
So great opportunity now for Ireland. 15 metres out from the British try line.
Tag 1 on 88.
Cunningham caught by Robbins.
Hold. Yellow, step.
Rachel Joy wants the ball here. She's planning something with Emma Jordan. It's good ball to Patricia Dunn.
Tag 2.
Very nearly makes the line. Nice move by the girls on the outside there, and it's back outside again. Back to Rachel Joy.
Tag 3.
Good defence by GB right on the line. And it had to be.
Tag 4.
Again, it's good defence by GB. Ireland look to stay nice and wide to stretch the defensive line. Back inside to Cunningham. It's going to be a penalty against GB for contact there for a wrap tackle.
Foot on the line.
So Ireland will get another chance to attack the line. Emma Jordan opts to go. She gets tagged.
Yeah, Bedford saving the bonus box try there, and the play just looking like it might break down, but referee doesn't judge that to have gone forwards from Ireland, so they continue play.
Yeah, Ireland hammering away at the line, but they're not getting any change at the GB just yet.
They're being really creative through the middle though. You can see the way that it's sucking in the defenders, so if they can do all of that, you can see the width on the pitch on the far right hand side. Actually, if they can exploit that, now's the time.
Yeah, arguably they should have gone then, shouldn't they, Rach? They did have the overlap. Cunningham not able to free the hands and get it out to her supporting runners. So Great Britain, their first real test of their defence on their try line in this one. And they break again through Mason Bertrand. She already has one. Has she got the legs to get two?
She does, yeah, just.
She will.
2-0.
Second try for GB and for Mason Bertrand. She'll be chuffed with that one.
Unfortunate for Ireland because they'd had all that pressure and no score to show for it, and as soon as they turn it over, it's another try to GB.
Yeah, and really, something from nothing there. It was just a well-timed pass out to Mason Bertrand and her athleticism to beat the defence on the outside and then keep going away from the chasing defender to score in the corner. So GB, depending on their line reach, they maybe didn't pass with flying colours. They did concede a penalty, but it gives you confidence as a team, doesn't it, to have a defensive line stand like that and come away, and then especially to follow it up with a counter-attacking try.
Absolutely, and it completely relieves the pressure as well. Now that she's managed to kind of get all those yards, they've got the try, there's another score on the board. It will relieve the pressure for them because the defence does get in your head a little bit if you do it kind of repeatedly for a number of sets, especially on your own try line. But that was a really nice break, and I want what she had for breakfast because she's absolutely caning it down that left wing.
As they used to say, she's had a Weetabix. I don't know if anyone eats Weetabix.
You're betraying your age, Will. Are you nearly as old as me now?
No one's nearly as old as you, Barry.
That's true, I'm ancient. As all my players will tell you. I've had more birthdays than I can count, Will.
Well, I'm sure you have a birthday every time there's a tournament, no? They sing happy birthday to you. Probably
pretty much,
later.
yeah. It's not too bad. I get free cake everywhere, Will.
4.
I can tell. Mrs. Geertsen is tagged 10 metres from the touchline on the right-hand side. Hunter goes for the kick. That bounce is going to be tricky to defend from Ireland, and it is knocked back. Hampton makes a good, aggressive tag, pinning Ireland back in their half.
Tag 2!
And the attacker
to make the break, but it's a good tag, and it'll be back inside again now.
Tag 3!
Ireland look to break out again. A lot of pressure from GB though. It's good line speed, good defence. Up nice and quick. Ronnie Kniff offers herself as an option. She opts to kick through. Unfortunately, the ball's going to go dead.
We bring it in 10.
Yeah, they'll beat everyone to the touchline, and it'll be Maureen Ogier, who has painted her nails in GB colours for this tournament. As Kaz Hensel breaks through. Well into the Irish half now. Geertsen decides to go on the short side with just herself and Ogier, but so often as before, Geertsen doesn't need anyone in support. Beats the first defender. There's Hunter, finds Lau. Nope, tag is made just before. So we'll come back for that, and Lau will play it to the left with Jones. Hampton.
Yeah, it's good defence by Ireland on the outside. Potentially, if the ball had gone maybe a fraction of a second sooner to the outside, GB might have got in. It's good defence again by Rachel Joy in the centre. She's playing really well defensively.
But encouraging from a GB point of view to see the players aren't forcing the game. There's often a temptation when the defence is up so quickly to throw some risky passes. I know I'm particularly prone to it, but these women's 30s from GB, they got their heads screwed on, they're playing calmly and just biding their time, waiting for the opportunity.
Absolutely, and the opportunities are coming, just not quite where they're expecting them to be. They're moving the defence around really, really well, and it's just hoping that you can kind of keep fatigue out. But
40 minutes, if you're used to playing rugby union or league, you might think a 40-minute game isn't that long, but on a full-size tag pitch, 70 metres in length, 50 metres in width, only 8 players per side on that field, and then in heat like this, the 20-minute half really can stretch on for a long time.
GB, look where we are, GB!
Annie Stone unable to take that ball there, and we're yet to see her unleash her pace and her threatening running on the Irish defence. I'm sure it won't be too long as Lindsay makes the tag defensively there, and Ireland play it to the right through Cunningham.
It's outside to Patricia Dunn, but she's well tagged, and it's Valerie Power now looking to move and involve Emma Jordan. Stoops to catch the pass, which was just behind her. Good catch. Back to Claire Cullen, back inside to Valerie Power, who looks to go the inside option, but it's good D by GB. Ireland again up to kick, looking to pressurise, get the mistake.
A good chase there from Ireland, forced the pressure on Stone. She wasn't able to take the ball cleanly. Ireland continue, and a nice dart there as well from Carmel Egan. Kirsty Clark, what a tag. She will never give up. Loose ball, spilt forwards by Ireland just as that attack was building nicely.
Yeah, it was a nice idea. She had her eyes on the box, didn't she? With the best intent, but sometimes if that ball's just not quite released at the right time.
Of course, a box try would level things up. Yes, Great Britain scored 2 great tries through Nadine Mason-Bertrand, but just one score could have these teams level pegging once again. And it is Mason-Bertrand again. That time Ireland will be very pleased to get the tag just as she receives the ball. Lau not able to get away either.
4 minutes.
Clark with the dart. Successive tags made by Ireland off the marker.
Yeah, Ireland are defending well here. But GB up for the kick through. Patricia Dunn deals with the ball this time, so nice play. Ireland get a chance to break out through Carmel Egan.
Tag 2.
Claire Cunningham offers herself as an option. Looking for a support runner, there isn't one on her shoulder unfortunately, so she's tagged back to Holly Jenkinson into Rachel Joy.
Tag 4!
Rachel Joy just tagged there. And Jenkinson back to Aoife Earl, but Aoife Earl unfortunately passes into touch just outside the elbow.
Yeah, take 2 steps back.
So the Ogier to roll to Mankey and pass on to Clark. Not able to get away from the defence. Captain Phoebe Robbins. And then the space created by Mankey for Ogier to run into. Really well done there by the 30s.
Very good. Good work.
Robbins looking to use Bedford as a dummy line. Cunningham Joy makes the tag on Coffin, and there's the final play hooter in this first half. A sniff of a forward pass there, and that will probably wrap things up for the first period of this game.
We still have time. 2
Referee
minutes.
just checking he's happy with everything. And has awarded a roll ball to Ireland despite the hooter going.
I think there's still a minute or two to go in this game. I think this game might be slightly behind.
Tag 2.
Ireland get a chance to attack. So Claire Cunningham to Del Lowe. Good hand by Lowe. She gets tagged by the covering defender though, but Ireland still have time and space outside. Claire Cunningham on the ball. She goes to Aoife Earl. Aoife Earl gets tagged, but Cunningham was tagged just before she got the ball away. So it's going to be a roll to Aoife. Back inside to Rachel Joy. Holly Jenkinson pointing where she wants it.
Tag 5.
Rachel Joy has to go back, but she gets tagged. So Ireland in field position, but there's only about a minute or so to go in the game, and you feel Ireland probably need to score before half time if possible.
Ogier managed to get her boot to it to shut down the attack initially, but it ricocheted off. Great Britain not able to take it cleanly, and Ireland now with a set of 6 just 5 metres from the line, and Rachel Joy on the ball.
Late tag.
And penalty Ireland.
13.
Yeah, Rachel Joy tagged without the ball.
Taken incorrectly. Cancel. No, turnover. Yeah, you're marking.
And now
It's turnover.
change over.
I would suspect the penalty wasn't taken correctly. One hand on the ball instead of 2 there.
The referees did make it very clear to all teams before play started that you do have to have 2 hands on the ball, and for the ball to stay in your hands as you touch your boot. It wasn't what happened there, and so Great Britain had the pressure relieved by an Irish mistake, and are looking to get away through Stacey Coffin and Sarah Hunter now on the ball, and does manage to break past the first defender, has Jones in a supporting line.
But she was well watched by Christine Argers, who made the tag, and that's it for half time.
She was well watched, and it was the final play of the half. So Great Britain go into drinks in this one, leading by 2-0, and a bit of a theme emerging through the day, Barry, of each match having one player that's scoring all their points at half time. Third match in a row where we've only had the single name on the score sheet. Nadine Mason-Bertram, 2 tries for GB. Rach, she's a real threat on the wing there, and showed exactly what she can do as she went away for those tries.
Yeah, she manages to get through gaps that a thin piece of paper couldn't get through. Turn her sideways, you just need to give her the smallest opportunity and she's away, and because she's got the pace, that try is going to be down to her every single time. But in the next half, I'd really love to see slightly less running, I think probably from both sides, from the dummy half, and I think that those breaks will come a little bit more. A lot of the times people are getting tagged by the dummy half really, really quickly because they're just taking a couple of steps. These girls are on it, so we've got to get that ball a bit wider, ship it a little bit quicker, and I think both sides will see a few more tries.
Yeah, I mean, it was an 8-1 scoreline in GV's favour in game 1, so clearly the British team can break apart the Irish defence and go over and score the tries. They're getting in at this point right now into the dangerous territory of the game staying too close, and that's what happened last year in Leeds. We saw 4 games as draws, and then one of them a massive win to GB. I think that one might have been 8-1 or 8-2. So it kind of goes one way or another between these two teams. GB need to be careful that this doesn't end up in the tight option.
Yeah, absolutely. They were obviously just saving up all their points for the last game, but they have proven I was watching the earlier game, and that they can make those breakaways. They can get that enormous score line. It's just keeping that same intensity. Their defence has been really good. It's been really solid. It's been really calm, and they've all stayed very connected. But there's just been a few errors from attack, maybe some decision making around the ruck, and Ireland is completely utilising that, which is where they're getting their breaks from. So I think both sides a little bit of work around the ruck, both in attack and defence, and I think we'll see a slightly faster paced game in the next half.
No, not yet. No, mixed.
So we are just about to get back underway here. Second game of the day for the women's 30s category. Kat Lindsay. Wow, what an athletic reception of the kick-off there, dancing down the touchline and gaining a good 15 metres to go with it. That's the kind of start Great Britain want to get off to. I'm sure it will have been a chat in the team talk. The game is a little bit too close. We need to stretch that margin. But Ireland will have had a similarly motivating one, and it's them who will now really have the first chance of the half. Taking the ball up into the line through Gráinne Cunniff. Over now to the left-hand side, and powering onto the ball was Angela Sheehan, but unfortunately not able to gather the ball in. And so it's Geertsen who will roll to Stone. Hensel.
And that was a much needed break, wasn't it, for GB after that little error for it to be turned over and turned back. So actually for them, they'll be delighted to be exiting. There's very few people that are pleased to be exiting out of their own half. You'd rather that than be having to defend from your own try line.
They certainly will be pleased with that, as they now work the ball through the hands all the way to Geertsen, as there's a simultaneous tag on Lau, and Geertsen with space in front of her. She wasn't able to arc her way round. And still Great Britain come. Lindsay involved once again, and Hampton, she's got pace here, and she's through. She is through. This is going to be Great Britain's third try of the second game of the day, and it is now Great Britain 3, Ireland 0 in this one. Wonderful bit of play by Great Britain. They started from 10 metres outside their own try line. One great run by Geertsen on the right hand side, but Hampton had a lot of work to do there, Rach, and still managed to find a way to the try line.
Yeah, absolutely. She was building on all the momentum that had come earlier on, and Ireland desperately trying to recover. And obviously, you know, when you've got that break and people are trying to recover, that's a quite an easy try for GB there. I know Ireland will be really frustrated.
So 3-0 now, as Barry Keary returns to the commentary box. The smell of the barbecue had got a little too overpowering for him, and he'd had to take a little run downstairs, but he's back with us.
You know me, mate. Well, I like my food. What can I say? Plus, someone needs to look after you.
Well, I'm delighted to have you alongside me for that.
That's got to know I'm good for something anyway.
So it's Ireland now playing out from their own try line.
Tag 2!
Can they do to GB what has just been done to them and go the length of the field for a wonderful score? Egan not quite able to get past Hensel on the far side of the field.
Yeah, you'd have to be happy with if you were GB with how the game is going so far. As Ireland look to attack through Farrell, but she's tagged. Before she can get any real momentum, it's back to Cunny and back to Valerie, who again is looking to control the game. She's up for the kick through. Ireland go on the hard chase. Look to try and make the tag down in the GB half, which they do. It's good exit play by Ireland there.
Ball away, late tag
They'll look to
advantage, tag
force the
0.
turnover now through a mistake.
Tag
Valerie
0.
Power making the tag.
0.
GB don't realise it's a roll, I think. It's back again.
Tag
Ireland are up
1.
quick. They make the tag this
Step down,
time.
you're good.
And Coffin and Bedford
into
runs
the
the
middle.
switch line.
Cunningham makes the tag, doesn't bide it.
Another
Nice
switch to
offside.
the other side now, and
Tag 3.
Clark, and just to find a little
Good, Daniel,
space,
good.
and then onto Coffin, and Clark
Tag
goes
4.
herself. We were
Well
talking,
covered
Rach,
by
about people
Cameron.
picking and going from the ruck. That one a bit more successful from Clark than we've seen some of the others earlier in the game.
Tag
Yeah,
4.
absolutely.
50
But for
left.
Kirsty, everything's pretty successful. So I suppose it's all on a
Kick is good. 50-10 is on.
all on a range, isn't it?
Ball's not
The
played.
kick through from Great Britain, threatening down in that far corner.
A
And
little bit of a clash in the corner.
yeah,
Possibly a penalty for
Penalty there for
contact.
contact by
it
GB.
could well be, and can't be many
Take
scarier
back the mark.
sights in women's tag than seeing Kirsty Clark
Over to
herring after a kick that you've got to deal
Yeah,
with
it's a penalty.
right in front of your own try line. But
Let's go.
ultimately Ireland will win the penalty from it and have the opportunity
Tag 1.
once again to try and relieve the pressure off their own line.
Tag 2. Hey, if you want to talk
Yeah,
to me,
Ireland look
we'll
to
do it
break out now
appropriately,
too.
okay?
Jenkinson on the ball. Carmel even
Tag
offers
two.
herself as an option, as she often has done in this game, but she's been well tagged there. It's back inside to Jenkinson. Claire pulling outside her. She looks to try and kick through
Ball's
to
in touch, we're bringing
Trisha
in
Dunn,
10,
but
orange
unfortunately the
to
ball
mark.
isn't touched.
No mark.
Two scores ahead in this one are Great
Tag
Britain
one.
as they build an attack from inside the Irish half. Geertsen tagged quickly on the first one, and Lau finds Bedford. Keeps the ball
Great
alive
tag,
into the hands of Hunter. Great catch by Hampton. She was the most recent scorer. All the way over to Breckens on the wing.
No advantage. We're going back for the late
And the
tag.
referee is going to bring GB back for the penalty. So
I was
it's
going to say there that was a strange decision to kick, but she obviously knew it was an advantage.
she knew they had a free play. Otherwise, that would have been a disappointing end result for GB. Bedford on the ball, links up with Lau. Geertsen
Tag one.
brings the ball back to the left-hand side, but is tagged in the end by Jenkinson in centre field. That was a good one there for Ireland, just as momentum starting to build in GB's favour. And again, Jenkinson making the tag on Lindsay. Lau to Bedford, space on that right-hand side for Marine Ogier if she shows a ton of pace.
Tag 3.
Just tagged at the last. Loud thought about the short side corner herself.
Tag
Ends up giving
four.
it to Geertsen. Tagged just before she can get over.
Good D by Ireland there, because it could very well have been a try.
Lindsay with Hampton and Breckens outside, and Lindsay
Tag
loops
five,
round.
fifth and last.
Lovely little pass in the air, Will, where the player was going to be. Nice.
It's exactly what you want. Textbook example of how to play there.
There was no gap there for you, Yellow.
And then
Penalty
so
against for contact.
as
Sorry,
the
Keith.
collision comes in and the penalty is given away by Great
You good
Britain
there?
directly in front of the
Yeah,
bonus
ready.
box. Can't blame Sam Bedford for being eager to cross, but that's not how she's going to do it, unfortunately.
No, absolutely, and I think those slice plays are always a bit risky if the second receiver doesn't go quite as wide as they should do. It doesn't pull the defender over, and then there's no gap for you to go, but you're already committed at that point, so it can become a bit of a penalty machine and a bit of a ligament claimer at times.
So Ireland up to defend here. Good break by GB though. Nice bit of territory. Good tag by Eleanor Regan.
Yeah, first time Breckens has been able to get the ball with some space in front of her, and she does well. Hampton, if she had been able to carry on there, would have had a great chance. Lau with Jones outside it.
Tag 3.
Tag made. GB
On
will have to
12,
go
on
back.
3,
It's
on
not the
12.
one where Jones was going to roll the ball. It's all the way back where Lau is. 12 metres from the line. Geertsen skips back inside, and she will head for the box. And shows exactly why we were talking her up in the first half.
Offside, 2 points.
Incredibly dangerous runner, and such a high success rate when it comes to scoring.
Yeah, Yeah, in truth there was a lot of pressure there from GB for a sustained period of time, and just slight error by Ireland, a little bit of a missed tag and a misstep in defence, and straight away box opens up and it's a box try.
Great Britain 5, Ireland 0. GB kicking back to Ireland through Nicky Bryant. This is going to be challenging to deal with. Miscommunication from the Irish defenders. They're very lucky that ball bounced vertically in the air and didn't go over the try line. Gives them the opportunity to play a set of 6 here rather than having to kick back to GB. They go left through Rachel Joy.
And it's back now to Christine Artis, who looks to go outside, but unfortunately the pass is...
Stone poaches this one. And not for the first time in GB colours. We see a chance from nothing. M. Stone gets her hands on the ball and no one can catch her. Over for a single point. Great Britain 6, Ireland 0 now. And suddenly the tide starting to turn in GB's favour. 2 quick scores, one after the other, worth 3 points in total, and the lead doubled from where it was just a matter of minutes ago.
Yeah, big phase of play for GB. Ireland making another unforced error, it has to be said. Stone taking full advantage, as she often has on many occasions in the past. Well,
There may have been,
when she gets a chance.
May have been a few Irish players who had a sleepless night last night, haunted by past memories of M. Stone scoring tries against them, and so it is again in this game. A 6-0 buffer now for Great Britain as we approach the 3/4 mark of the game. Nice hands there. Nicky Bryant now.
She breaks the line. So it's back inside to Claire Cullen, who has Emma Jordan outside her, and back to Valerie.
No advantage, up to the halfway line.
GB offside. So it's going to be a penalty, Ireland.
Hold in 2 hands and tap it off your boot. Yeah.
Claire Cullen opts to take it. She gets tagged. Emma Jordan's there for the roll. Ireland looking at their options. Nice bit of depth and communication. Deciding what to do. Dee Farrell offers herself as the option. Narrowly just gets away with almost forward pass there. Ireland look to attack, but GB well marshals in defence and up nice and quick. So Christine Artis is looking for options. She gets it with Patricia Dunn, who looks to attack the line, but again GB defend quite well. Valerie demanding the ball. She looks like she's going to go back inside to Emma Jordan, who's tagged. It's a good spell of pressure from Ireland.
Kick there over the head of Ogier. And it does mean that Great Britain are going to have to go the best part of coast to coast if they want to score again in this one. It's a nice set from Ireland. They'll be disappointed not to come away with points once again, as Mankey just juggles that ball, does eventually get a hold of it. Spent 3 years in Kildare growing up with Daisy Mankey, so maybe some of her skills coming from Ireland.
Tag 4.
Will, I'm going to stop you there. I think all of our skills were from Yorkshire.
Let's go, GB!
Well, of course, that's where the temperament and the talent certainly comes from.
Simultaneous!
Where is this Yorkshire place, Will?
Tag 4!
Is it somewhere in England?
Is
it really part of England though? That's another question as well.
So when God was creating the earth, supposedly they created one bit that was better than all the rest, and then that's where Yorkshire is.
Oh, I thought that was Cork. No, that's what Dave Hayes is always telling me anyway.
Tag 4!
I don't know where that is either, by the way.
Never leave Dublin, do you?
No.
There's a similar amount of rain, I think.
Tag 5! 5th and last!
Fair. Good defence by GB again as Ireland look to try and get some field position. They opt for the kick through. Herman Egan does well to get on the ball.
Yeah, well played up by Kirsty Clark. She realised her error as it ricocheted off the boot and went in hard to try and regather the ball. Carmel Egan took the hit well, and Ireland now on the attack and in a promising position.
Yeah, Christine Arthur's on the ball. She's looking for a supporting runner, but no one really close enough. So Ireland again are hammering down at the line. They have players this time. A lot of people crowded on this near wing. not much space to play with. Might be better off seeking to go wide.
Hold yellows.
Looking to do the kick through there, but
Knocked down by
unfortunately
Orange without the kick. It's a
dropped
turnover.
the
Yellow
ball
roll.
onto the
Tag
floor.
0.
So knock on given.
Tag 1.
Steffi Geertsen makes some good ground on GB's first play of this new set. Ip will play to Lau.
Tag 2.
Hunter closed down by the defence.
Good work, Alan.
Rachel Joy having a strong game
Tag
defensively
3 on number 3.
as Stone tries to step back inside.
Yeah, Rachel
Bedford had
Joy's
already
had a
been
really strong
attacked.
game defensively in this one.
Tag 4.
Lau, we're talking about strong games, but Lois Lau has been able to keep the ball alive and avoid being tagged so many times, hasn't she, Rach?
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we're talking about her attack, but in the first half, she was doing this kind of rush hook-like defence from the left-hand side of the pitch, and it was just completely shutting down all of their play. And the other middle, or the rover was coming with her, and it was just meaning they had no opportunity. She was shutting it down before it was getting anywhere near, which is just really incredibly intelligent play that we've kind of seen on this pitch today.
Yeah, few players out there that know more about the game of tag than Lois Lau. And once again we see her involved, making the tag there and forcing Ireland to kick on the next play. Hampton, a dangerous sweeper for Ireland to have to defend, but really well dealt with there.
Good tag by Eva Earl there, and nice line speed as well to get up to make the tag. Good tag again on the scoop.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good.
GB working the ball to the left now.
Another good tag by Rachel Joy.
And the fatigue will just be starting to set in. As I say that, Geertsen runs like it's her first one of the day. There's pace to burn for her, but it is, I know we said it before, but it is very hot out there. A bit of Yorkshire rain or some Cork rain would be welcome for the teams right now and cool them all down, but I don't think we're going to get any.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Hensel puts in a challenging kick, and Ireland aren't able to take it cleanly, but at least it does go backward off the hand of Adalio.
Rachel Joy has to go outside to Claire Cunningham. Claire Cunningham with a bit of space, but she gets tagged, unfortunately. And Ireland are 10 back on their line. Molly Jenkinson looking for the number. She goes wide to Adele Logue. Adele Logue looking to make the offload, but unfortunately support runner not quite close enough to get it away. Back inside again to Helena Regan. Helena Regan breaks the first defender, but the second one just manages to get the tag. So again, GB have Ireland hemmed in here. You feel Ireland probably need to exit.
Tag 4.
GB should probably drop 2 here because Ireland are most likely going to kick.
Kick is good.
So back
Joy does kick through to Geertsen. I'm sure those two have played together many times over in Acton back when Rachel Joy was living in the UK before she returned to Ireland. Previous GB representative herself. But enjoying being back in the Irish jersey for sure, as Jones breaks through the middle here. Not able to get past the sweeper and then gives away the penalty for jumping. She got herself a little bit too close to the defender, tried to get out of it, and unfortunately gave away the penalty. Real shame that for GB, and Ireland able to counter over to this near side.
Well done,
Two missed tags.
Good mini break by Del Lowe there, ably assisted by Eleanor Regan with the pass. We go back inside. Rachel Joy has her own option, but Ronnie Kniff goes off to go back to Del Lowe, but luckily it was
here's your mark,
turnover now to GB.
Shame for Ireland when they've made some good ground there and been looking threatening. Clark manages to get it out to Breckens. No, she doesn't. We go back to the tag on Clark.
Tag 2.
Hensel finding really the option she was hoping for on that left-hand side, and a loose pass thrown behind Bryant, but cleared up by Coffin. She did well there. Stein Bryant does get hands on the ball, and a no-look pass to Lindsay.
Always a risky one, Will, the no-look pass.
Except when it comes off.
So when it comes off, and when it's to someone like Lindsay, who very rarely drops the ball.
It's less than a 50-50, is it?
Bryant, she's got a good kick on her, and this one bouncing beautifully end over end and nearly holding up for Kirsty Clark to catch it. In the end, it doesn't matter. The Irish defender covering over on that right hand side does run the ball into touch, and you can ignore that hooter. This game running a little bit behind, unfortunately, so this game will continue with a couple more minutes left in it. Hensel dances past the defence. Ip with the opportunity here, and she takes it with both hands. Try in the left-hand corner. 7-point lead now for GB. And Ip is really enjoying that one.
Yeah, I think she's just done her trademark hip twizzle and get through and score in that kind of link channel. That is absolutely her trademark.
No,
so
we started the
congratulations
second
to
half on the
Emily.
same time as the Huda.
Yeah, wonderful play by her, and in the end that will actually be all that was written in this one. GB 7, Ireland nothing, the final score. And so with 2 wins in this category, Great Britain does wrap this one up. I can also tell you, before we go into the review of this game and the interview with Phoebe Robbins, that Great Britain Men's Open won their second game 4-0. So GB, in terms of the results we've had through to us so far, GB have won the Men's Open category and the Women's 30s. Ireland have won the Men's 30s category. It's 2-1 so far and locked in categories. The last we heard, GB was leading Women's Open and Men's 40s. Ireland was leading Mixed Seniors, and that's what we're going to have coming up on pitch 1 next on this one. But before that, we'll be bringing you an interview with the victorious captain, Phoebe Robbins. She'll be with us very shortly.
Yeah, sorry, they left them all. Thank you, ladies.
Hey Phoebe, can you hear me? Phoebe, a massive win there, 6-0 over Ireland after the 8-1 in the first game. You've tied up the category already after just 2 games. Must be a great feeling.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so proud of the girls, Will. To be honest, Ireland came out a completely different side in that second match there. They put so much pressure on us. Credit to them, but you know, our GB girls held really strong. Couldn't be prouder of our defence. So absolutely chuffed.
And 2 tries from Nadine Mason-Bertrand to open the account in the first half, galloping down that left-hand touchline. We didn't see as much of her in the second half. Is that that you felt she'd made a contribution in this game and perhaps needed to be rested for it in case it went to the 3rd game of the series?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nadine is an incredible winger, and as we said, she performed superbly in that first half with those 2 tries. We are trying to manage our players, but obviously we did want to clean out the series just then and win it 2-0, but we are resting people just to manage people's load. Obviously the World Cup is the priority, Will, but yeah, credit to the coaches as well for balancing everyone's sort of workload over the 3 games today.
And in terms of balancing people's load, I know you've been carrying a couple of injuries recently. You had to sit out some of the games in Leeds last year. So how does it feel for you to be back in the GB singlet, back winning with the girls on the pitch?
Yeah, absolutely love it, Will. It's good to have the body feeling a bit better than the previous last years. So yeah, just to be out here and to win the series already, it's such a huge achievement, and to captain these girls, I couldn't be more proud.
1 game left in it, of course, and the opportunity for an historic 3-0 clean sweep for women's 30s. We've not achieved that before. Is that what's on everyone's mind now?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, we do want to win the series 3-0, but there's a few combinations that we do want to test that we haven't done so today. A few key players that we probably want to ease the load and perhaps maybe rest 1 half or the full game. You know, ideally, as I say, we want a clean sweep, but really the World Cup is the priority, so we'll do what's best for the entire squad and all the girls individually.
Yeah, 1 more game before you get to fly to Limerick for the World Cup. Good luck in it. Thank you for joining us, and we'll look forward to hearing the scoreline from the 3rd game.
Thanks very much, Will. Take care.
So we are underway in our final game that we'll be bringing to you on Chai Tag Rugby's YouTube channel and Great Britain Tag Rugby's Facebook. And unfortunately, he's just seen a nasty knock there to Ronan Farrell. An accidental trip, collision of feet, and caused him to slam hard into the ground and knock the back of his head. Not a nice thing to see. And we hope that Ronan's okay. This mixed game was won fairly comprehensively by Ireland in the first game of the day that the two teams played. It was ultimately a 9-5 win to Ireland, a 9-5 win to Ireland, so a larger margin than we saw between these two sides back in Leeds in 2022. GB will be eager to right that wrong and get some revenge here, and the pace, the explosive pace of Hapa Karim, the Royal Marines reservist, shown already there as he darts up over halfway, and GB playing the ball to the left hand side of the field now. O'Donnell at dummy half. And the ball worked over. And then back to the left through Pilgrim.
Yeah, it's a good tag by Ireland there by Dave Hayes from Cork.
The little kick through, but then it's knocked forwards into touch by Ireland. So a great opportunity for mixed seniors here.
Yeah, unfortunate error there by Sandra Williams, and it looks like GB will get to attack again, but good D by Ireland in the centre. So again, there's a knock on by GB, so it's going to be Ireland ball.
9 is the mark. Okay, perfect.
Dave Hayes looking for options. He has Michael Wrigley outside who gets the ball away, and it's back inside again to sorry, excuse me. Back again to John Pearson. Pearson on the ball. He looks to make a break, and it's to Hogan. Hogan gets tagged. Kieran Murphy offering himself as an option in the middle. It's back outside to Wrigley. Wrigley comes back inside into the centre. Tries to evade the defender, but he doesn't quite manage it. It's back to Pearson. Pearson looks to do the exit play. He's looking for the 50-10. It looks like it's going to be just short, unfortunately, as it just goes into touch. So it'll be an opportunity for GB to take it in 10 and to roll it. So now it's GB looking to come out. Ireland look to pressurise, and they force an error from GB, with the mistake being thinking about what you're going to do with the ball before you actually get it. So Ireland go back inside to player coach Alex Mullen, and Ireland look to attack the centre. It's good play by Ireland here, but Alex opting to go himself rather than taking the outside option. It's back to Mikey Reedy, and then it's back inside again. And Ireland look like they could be in here, and they are in fact in for a try. David Conlon scored in the box to go 2-0 up Ireland. It's a good start by Ireland, dealing with some early GB pressure, and then getting some field position, and then making a score.
Time on.
Yeah, exactly the start Ireland will have wanted, and that's only going to add to their sense of confidence. That ball crossing the force field, and will have to be dropped back to the Irish, but it's dropped back by Ronan Farrell. Great to see that he is on the pitch again after his nasty fall just in the opening minute of this game.
22 sets back to the right.
Yeah, so it's good play again by Ireland here. They have a little bit of field position. They have to take the roll. They take it quickly. It's back inside to Reedy, and then it's back to Mikey Reedy again, and Kieran Murphy offered himself as an option. He goes to Dave Conlon. Conlon drops the ball backwards, and it's going to be knocked on against Ireland actually, because ref deems the ball to have gone forward.
Possibly a tough rubber to green there for Ireland. Luckily for them though, Fannin wasn't able to scoop up the ball and run the length, as Tony Akinlusi is caught on just right of centre field. And Will Powell, great to see him back in the GB setup. And this is going to be Fannin, but GB will have to go back.
Makes the covering tags, so GB are going to have to come back.
Fantastic support line from Fannin on Farrell, and it will be back into the hands of Fannin, and certainly one of the key threats in this Great Britain mixed seniors side.
Yeah,
Powell goes for the little kick, and it works for him.
It's a good tag by Mikey Reedy though.
Here's Farrell, puts in a bigger kick, claims to have taught Will Powell everything that he knows about tag. Will Powell's kick worked for him. Ronan Farrell's kick just going over the try line, so I'll leave it to Will and Ronan to settle who taught who what. But ultimately it means that Ireland will have the tap on the 10 metre and the opportunity to run at Great Britain once again with a 2-0 lead already, 5.5 minutes into this one.
Yeah, in fairness, it's a tight enough game. It's just one score at the moment after 5-6 minutes, with both teams having field position, both teams being near the try line, and both teams defending well, has to be said. Ireland up for the kick through with Sue Howley and John Pearson chasing down the current GB player. There isn't much or anywhere to go really. She opts to be tagged.
Opts to be tagged eventually, but Scarfo was looking like beating the Irish in a phone box there, vice captain of this side and such an agile runner. And it's over to Farrell now, who's just appealing for the marker having moved forwards of where the tag was made. And so the penalty is not going to be given, but the referee just being firm with the Irish marker where he needs to stand.
Friendly warning there, I think, Will.
Farrell with the early kick. This one is going to go into the Irish half, as O'Donnell chases it, makes sure it gets there.
Just a couple of metres inside the Irish half. Dave Hayes on the ball now. He'll roll to Sue Howley. Sue Howley out to Alex Mullen back inside to Sandra Williams. She gets tagged just in the centre, and it's back to Howley again. Alex Mullen looking to make a break, but he gets tagged in the centre, and now it's Sue Howley on the ball again outside to Hogan. Hogan's very dangerous, scored a lot of tries in the international tag series. If he gets the ball in time and space, you're in trouble. Alex Mullen back inside to David Hayes. David Hayes out to Pearson. Pearson with the options outside, but unfortunately he gets tagged before he has time to decide what to do. Vanessa Hullen on the ball now. She gets a bit of time and space. Vanessa, a cancer survivor and been out of the sport for a couple of years, so it's great to see her back on the pitch.
That's absolutely incredible. Wish her all the success on the pitch, as she's obviously shown off it.
So John Pearson on the ball now, back inside to Dave Hayes. Vanessa offering herself as an option, takes the contact, but the ref deems the contact to be against Ireland. So it's going to be GB's penalty. Ireland having to step back.
The marker will have to move back, and because they hadn't, it meant there was a big gap for O'Donnell to run into. You'll notice, of course, O'Donnell maybe not the most British name going. He is from Tipperary originally, but very proudly sporting the GB colours, just like Ronan Farrell, who then finds Haffa Karim and his distinctive sprint over to the right hand side. Unfortunately not able to gain too much depth down the field on that occasion, and a bit of a mix up between between Farrell and Plummer, sees the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, back inside to David Hayes. David Hayes on the ball now. He gets tagged in midfield, and it's a fairly even game so far. Pearson with a bit of time and space makes decent yards off a quick tap. Ireland look to attack down in the corner. So it's Mikey Reedy on the ball outside to David Hayes. David Hayes has the option. He has to go back inside. It's to Mikey Reedy. The ball went back, but it's off a foot forward. The ref deems that there was a knock on now, so it's going to be a roll ball, GB.
O'Donnell once again darting up, and heavy pass thrown over but well dealt with, and Farrell now will go with Kareem outside him.
Yeah, it's good defence by Ireland.
Over on the far side, and there's captain Ben Picnic. We obviously saw his brother Matty, who was instrumental in Great Britain men's 40s win in the first game of the day on pitch 1. Now Ben, who has been in GB for just as long as Matt, getting his opportunity to play on the live stream. And unfortunately Farrell's kick there does go over shoulder height, so a relief of pressure for Ireland, and they will be able to play this with 6 tags.
Or they could just give it back for a fairly crappy pass stroke knock on.
They could do that, they could do that. Didn't your wife warn you about your language on the live stream this time, Barry?
I said fairly crappy, what's wrong with that? Poor, I'll use the word poor then. I'm under strict instructions not to say anything too controversial. I will try hard, Will, I promise.
A rare day that you managed to go the whole way through without doing that. But
that's a long day. I get tired, Will, and then I say stuff that I don't mean.
Alex Sims not able to get away there, penalised, giving the contact penalty away. And so Dave Hayes will take the ball back, put it on the ground. He plays it forward. One of 2 ways you are allowed to take a tap penalty under the new rules. Tag made by Fannin, and Ireland working the ball back into centre field now, but then the option opens on the right hand wing. Fannin gets the tag on a second attempt.
And Reedy back inside to Sandra Williams. Sandra Williams is tagged. It's Michael Wrigley on the ball now. He'll look to move it outside to Reedy. Reedy opts for the kick through. Covered by GB though. They'll get the chance to counter.
And they're going to get to bring it all the way up.
Must have been a knock on from the attempted kick. Ireland in a little bit of trouble now because there's probably not enough players in the line. Good tag though.
Yeah, great counter there through Ben Picnic and Shona Roach.
Good defence by Ireland in the first 2. Just need to keep that work rate up now.
Farrell with the overlap, and Akinlusi outside if she does really well to claw that ball in. Nearly over her head, but she sticks her hand up.
Yeah, great hands there, to be fair, because it wasn't the best pass in the world.
The penalty given to Great Britain, but an incorrect taking of it.
Results in the turnover.
Frustrating that for Great Britain.
So just when you're taking the penalty, you must have both hands on the ball. If you opt to tap kick, your other option is to put it on the ground, Will, and tap it with your foot. What you can't do is hold it in one hand and tap kick it. Very idiosyncratic tag rule. Whoever dreamed that up is a genius.
Well, just one of those classic tag rules where things potentially just been made a little bit more difficult, a little bit more complicated than they
zero sense. Zero sense, and it results in a turnover for what should be a penalty. Back outside to Michael Wrigley, who opts for the kick through. Oh, and the ball goes to Harris, and Karen Howard is outside, but it's actually a tag. Otherwise, she may well have been in the box.
A good scrambling tag from Great Britain, but that's a wonderful piece of play by Ireland.
Back outside to Mikey Reedy. Mikey Reedy has support outside. He doesn't need it though. He takes the score.
Yeah, the tag missed. Ireland. It was a pull on the shorts, and Reedy goes over for another point. Ireland stretch their lead out to 3 now.
It's only a 1-score lead though.
It is, of course. This is mixed tag rugby at the international level, so not only have you got a 1 point score for a male try, a 2 point score for a female try, but you've also got another 2 point score if a man scores in a box, and 3 points if a woman scores in a box. So GB could tie this whole thing up with just 1 try. That one over the force field before Powell was able to get his hand to it. If he gathered it in field and then run it over the try line, that would have been fine play on, but not if it goes over directly from the kickoff.
Dealt well with by Dave Hayes. Will have the opportunity now to attack. He looks to come down the wing and it's back inside. Darragh Conway offered himself as an option, but he gets tagged, so he'll be back now into midfield to Alex Mullen. Alex Mullen with Dave Hayes outside. Dave Hayes with time and space, opts for the kick through. He's not going to get there, but he's looking for the tag over the line.
Yeah, Pilgrim did well there to stay the right side of her try line, as Scarfo will pick and go and try and dart inside the defender. Over to the right through Angus Lawson, and space now as the break comes. Will Powell caught on halfway.
Contact penalty to GB though, so it'll be a fresh set of tags just on halfway.
And Lawson once again directing his supporting runners. And the spin coming in and working really well there. Becky Plummer is having a wonderful couple of minutes here as Powell picks and goes himself. And GB, well, they want to get the ball back in Plummer's hands. She's just off the right shoulder of Pilgrim. In the end, the missed pass comes in over to Laura Elliott. Dr. Laura Elliott, of course, has a PhD in chemical engineering. That's a little bit trickier than tag. And Will Powell, will he just have scored one of the best box tries we've seen on this pitch so far today? If he has, he's injured himself in doing it. It was a little kick through that just sat up. The referee is suggesting that the ball was grounded by Powell. So if the ball hits the ground before Powell's got his hand to it, it's no try. It didn't. Powell had control of the ball beforehand, grounds it, and that is a 2 point score, and Great Britain suddenly right back in this one, 3-2.
Yep, an illustration of how quickly it can change and mixed. Nice little score there by GB. Good finish. Box try.
Yeah, really good play, and the referee was in an excellent position to see it. Guided perhaps by the nod from television match official there, Alistair Davis, who just happened to be walking past the back of the bonus box. Off the body, and well, I would have said backwards. I think Ireland they can be a bit aggrieved with that decision from the angle that we're at, Barry, in the commentary box. But what it means is Great Britain, fresh from having scored that 2 point box try, now have a set of 6 just short of the Irish line. Karim around the first defender. Good tag by Ellie O'Gorman. Over to the right hand side. Hickson now, and dives for the line. The tag made
by Hogan. Just preventing the score. Very close.
Elliott to Karim. Farrell steps back inside, finds Karim again. Over the top, a risky play, but it does end up in the hands of Wharton. Pick and go by Roach. She's got Fannin. Not quite able to get through.
Covering one by Dave Condon as well. Back outside.
Loose bouncing ball. Farrell clears it up. He's going to run around the outside of Karim, but then the attack breaks down. Elliott not able to take it cleanly, and Ireland do survive that British onslaught. Certainly a bit of a purple patch in this first half for GB, with just a couple of minutes left in it.
Yeah, GB want half time to come. They've dominated the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they will be eager to get another point or two on the board before we hear the half-time hooter. Ireland, however, will just want to relieve the pressure, get this ball up the field and take their lead into half-time, so that they regain a bit of the momentum. Hayes, as so often with this Irish mixed senior side, involved in every aspect.
Yeah, so Sue Howley on the ball now. Ireland just looked to manage the last minute or two before half time with a nice little exit play, I would imagine. It's a good kick by David Hayes.
It's a very good
doesn't
kick.
Have the pace to carry, but tag should hopefully be made somewhere down here.
Good link up between Sims and Hickson. He's beaten the defender and he has space in front of him. The supporting runners from GB maybe weren't expecting Hickson to manage to get past there, and so they weren't quite as close as they could have been. But anyway, they are now, and it's Sims again involved after she cleared up the kick. Farrell reaches through, Karim through the gap, and he will go for the levelling score unless he can find Farrell here. There was the option, but probably the right decision in the end for Karim to just take the 1 point score, make it a tie game as we hear the half-time hooter, and 3-3. This category, we said it was close last year. 4 points between the two sides in the first 3 games of the 2022 B&I. 3-2 the final score in favour of Ireland. Ireland won this opening game here, but they had been clawed back after going into a 3-0 lead in an early box try. As part of that, Great Britain have come back, a good kick and regather in the box for Will Powell, and a second score then coming from Hafa Karim sees the scoreline at 3-3 at half-time.
Yeah, scoreline 3-3 at half-time. And in true to finely poised game with GB dominating the last 6 or 7 minutes of the first half and erasing Ireland's 3-0 lead. Ireland looked comfortable up to that point, but after that it looked all GB, and GB really good value for their 3 points and 3-0. Anyone's game?
Certainly is anyone's game, and we're just waiting for definite confirmed scores from the mixed open category and from the men's 40s, who also played in that final time, previous time slot where we saw women's open get a nice win over Ireland. Great Britain women's 30s getting a nice win over Ireland. The rumours are that Ireland mixed open, having drawn the first test with GB, have then lost the second one, which would mean it's advantage GB in the mixed open, a game to nothing. But that's not absolutely confirmed by our official scorers yet. And we're also waiting for the men's 40s official score, so we will bring those to you as soon as we have them. Just a reminder at this point, it's half time in this one. This is the perfect opportunity, if you haven't done it yet, to register for the RFL's Our League. That is the only place you'll be able to watch the live stream of pitch 1 and the final 3 rounds of the day. We'll be bringing you men's open at 3:30, mixed open at 4:20, and women's open at 5:10. The 3 youngest categories within the 2 national programmes for Britain and Ireland. They are going to be excellent games to watch. GB's wrapped up the men's open category already. We think it may be 1-0 GB in mixed open, and women's open was won by Great Britain in the first game of the day, yet they're yet to play their second. That'll be in the next round. That's in this round at the moment on one of the back pitches. So all you need to do is follow the link in the all of the social media posts about the streaming for this weekend to go to the RFL Our League webpage, create a free account. It's free whether in the UK or the Republic of Ireland, and you will be able then to watch the remaining games of the day. We've got a classic for you here already. It's 3-3. Ireland went into a 3-point lead. Great Britain have come all the way back and tied things up. 20 minutes to decide this one. Remember, if Ireland come out victorious, they win the category 2-0 with a game to spare. If Great Britain come out victorious, they tie the category up and we go to a game 3 decider. Barry, if you were a betting man, which way is it going?
This category? Oh, I'm not a betting man, Will. I'm not a gambler like you.
Just this final 20 minutes.
I'm going to say Ireland mixed senior by 1, potentially. Have I hedged my bets enough there?
I think you've nailed your colours to the mast. Whatever way it goes, I think you're right. It probably is going to be close. Maybe just a point or 2 in it. But it's Ireland that Barry Keary is tipping. Of course, the home crowd want to see a British win, and the neutral would love this one to go to a 3rd game tiebreaker. Winner takes all clash. We will be finding out over the next 20 minutes as the players wait for the restart, the full 5-minute half time given to them to cool down and hydrate. Restart just moments away.
Yeah, restart any second now.
How can I get the scores from men's 40 and
so GB just about to kick off here, and Ireland will be looking to get a score straight away to stem the momentum. The last 2 scores coming GB's way, where they've recovered from 3-0 down to 3-all. So their next score absolutely is crucial in this game. And there goes the healer now, so we'll have the start of the second half. Kick off by GB. Good start, Kieran Murphy gives it the kick off back inside to Hogan. Hogan looks to come inside, he's tagged in the middle. And you're back to Alex Mullen. Off Sandra Williams, Murphy on the ball. Murphy spreads it wide to Sandra Williams, who goes to John Pearson. Luckily for him, the tag was made because the pass wasn't quite to hand to the winger and a knock-on resulted. But Ireland keep the ball because John was tagged just before he got the pass away. Back inside to Karen Howard, who makes good yards. She stops thinking she's tagged, but she actually wasn't. She should have just kept going. It's back outside to Murphy, who's having a fine game spreading the ball and giving the mixed senior nice width. Murphy recovers, passes it back inside to Alex Mullen. Alex Mullen looking to break himself. Alex Mullen looking to break, and the player coach looks like he might make box, and he does. Alex Mullen with a box try at the start of the second half. Little bit of a miscommunication on the left hand side of the GB defence resulted in a slide hole, and Alex, being the wily player he is, took advantage of it, ran a nice line and straight into the box.
Yeah, took full advantage. 2-point try there. Ireland moving back into a nice lead. Great Britain, they've come back once before in this one. They're going to need to do it again. Not the start to the half they would have wanted, but no reason to panic yet. No, still no reason to panic there. They're going to be forced to drop kick the ball back to Ireland. So that one crosses the plane of the goal line.
Ireland have to put all their lady players up on the 10 metre to stop the short kick and force GB to go long. And the guys take the backfield to cover the long kicks. GB have to go long. Michael Reid will have time on his hands. He feels the restart, gets back down the pitch, makes it as far as the 10 metre line, and back inside to Pearson. Pearson back outside. It's a good break by Ireland and good return for 2 tags. Back inside to Ridley, and back outside to Sue Hall. He was tagged, and then Mikey Reedy back inside to David Hayes. David Hayes to Ridley. Ridley outside. Oh, nice offload, but it's a good tag by GB right down on the line. And Mick Senior have started this half very strong from an Irish perspective. It's back again with Hayes, back outside again to Mikey Reedy. Mikey Reedy has to step back inside, but it's a good covering tag. He'll look to, no, it's actually tag 6 and turnover, so it's good defence by GB there.
An athletic tag by Powell, but then the error given away. Is it by Great Britain? No, it's by Ireland closing the gap. Powell takes the tap. Yeah, Ireland certainly starting really well in this half. Whatever was said in that team talk has had a great effect. It's now Great Britain's turn to show what they can do. Fannin slides through.
Good tag by David Hayes though, just.
Yeah, really good. Diving full stretch to make that one on Fannin. Farrell to Powell. Powell thought he'd spun through there, but he's going to have to run back to the mark. GB still in their half. Hickson over to Farrell, back inside to Roach. She's got a gap in the middle. Arcs round the sweeper. 10 metres inside the Irish half now. GB needs to go while the Irish are offside. Farrell switches with Powell. Powell puts in a little kick. We've seen it work for him already in this game. Tagged 5th and final. One last roll of the dice for GB in this set. Farrell's going to kick himself. Well taken by Ireland.
Risky by Reedy, worked.
Was risky, but you know, if you're going to throw to someone, maybe Dara Conway is the man.
To throw it.
He was, of course, male player of the series between these two sides last year. Incredibly talented player and dangerous runner from deep.
Dave Hayes offered himself as an option there, but he gets tagged just as Mikey Reedy passes to him. It's going to go back outside to Sandra Williams. Back again, and it's good tag on the far wing. Unfortunately, it's a knock-on by Ireland. Good pressure by GB. GB now with field position and tags to do something here. Good covering by Mike Reedy, makes the first tag. Dave Hayes up to make the next one, but GB are in. Looks like a try. Oh, and I think it's just a good covering tag just by Dara Conway. Very close to being a score for GB there.
Yeah, last possible moment. Conway makes the intervention, keeps Ireland's lead intact, and the try is going to be scored though. Really well taken by Ellie Wharton. Goes over after the nice little pass from Ronan Farrell, and that's worked well for GB. A good counter there and a good 2-point try with Wharton going over. Once again, we are level 5-5. It's a tight one, this one, just as it was in the previous men's 40s game. We know that GB won the first one fairly comfortably, but the second game of the day for men's 40s, GB 5, Ireland 6, means that category is now tied 1-1. Now we have confirmation that in the mixed open category, GB did win game 2, 13-8 to take a 1-0 lead in that series. This one is as finely poised as it can be. Ireland winning game 1. The two sides locks at 5-all now after a wonderful try by Ellie Wharton and the Great Britain mixed seniors side. Ireland now playing it away from their own line.
Ref Stephen Foot in touch there just as the ball was received, so it's going to be a turnover to GB. GB with field position.
Field position that they really need to use. Akinlusi finds Karim. Not as much space there to get up his famous burst of acceleration. And Gilda Toit unable to get round the outside of the defender there. Scarfo looking for work on the left, but it's O'Donnell that ends up with the ball in hand, and it's now going to come across to Angus Lawson.
Good covering tag by David Hayes.
Scarfo, can she step someone?
Good tag by Sandra Williams again. Knocking on the door again.
Distribute to Shona Roach instead, goes for the half step. Lawson, he's got Karim running a deep line. Over to the captain, tagged though, and that will be a changeover for Ireland. They see out the set of 6 there and have their own now to get away from their try line.
Yeah, it's back down the pitch again to Karen Howard. Karen Howard looks to do a mini break. She just gets tagged just as she breaks the line. Back to Condon. Condon to John Pearson. Pearson outside to Hogan. Ireland not really getting anywhere for 3 tags. Need to do something here to get out. It's about to Murphy, who's done quite well. He opts to pass to the winger.
O'Donnell does really well in defence to get across there just as that Irish attack was looking dangerous, with space opening up in front of them. The early kick, and the penalty is going to be given away by GB. Irish player still down, clutching his shoulder. That's not what his teammates will want to see, and he's slow to get up as well. Looks to be in some discomfort.
Yeah, I think he may have hurt his shoulder there when he fell. It's unfortunate. Alex Mullen on the ball now. Goes inside to Karen Howard. Karen Howard attempts to break the line, but she's tagged well. Karen Murphy on the ball again. Lovely pass off the base. It's giving the team really good width most of the time. Back inside to Murphy again, and back to Karen Howard. Karen Howard breaks the line. She makes very good yards. Unfortunately, no teammates close enough to support her, and you'd say this is going to be quick. Karen Murphy wants the ball. He gives it to Pearson. Pearson opts for the kick through. It's actually not a good call.
Straight into the hands of Akinlusi as GB scrambled to defend there, and now Karim, no one in front of him. Has he got the pace? He steps back inside, waiting for options. Who's there for him? Still goes. Eventually the covering tag comes in. Ben Picnic picks and goes, as his name implies. Options now left with an overlap of GB go. Karim, Lawson with the fake switch. Finds O'Donnell, And the try is not going to be awarded. The referee is calling the contact here against Great Britain.
Passer into the defender. You've seen them moving in tag. Your duty is to avoid contact to the extent that you can.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the passer just continued his run straight into the defender there, resulting in a penalty. Bit fortunate for Ireland, to be honest. Could have been a try, equally two.
In contact forms of rugby, that would have been an incredibly well worked try by Great Britain, but Lawson unfortunately just continuing his run into the defender. Fair penalty given to Ireland.
It's good tag on the outside.
1 second, okay. Will you swap off and get that sorted? Yeah, you just went on.
So it's just going to be.
No, I just time was off because of blood.
So we've got just a short stoppage here for substitution. And Mick Senior up to go again. Down the wing. And it's good tag on the far wing. Back inside to Mullen. Mullen to Conway. Conway unfortunately drops the ball. So that's going to be a GB ball. A little bit of petulance from Mr. Mullen throwing the ball away, results in the referee bringing it forward for dissent. The referee pushes them back.
Yeah, O'Donoghue got to take that one. Racing forwards, sent back by the referee, but still, Great Britain mixed seniors with an opportunity 10 metres from the line to build something here, but all of the support running away from Karim. If this ball bounces for him, though, and it has done. The try is awarded for the first time in this game. Great Britain lead 6-5 the score now. Wonderful solo try from Karim. Every single player to his left-hand side had run off to substitute. Had no options out there. Had to go himself, put in a little deft kick. Bounces up nicely for him. The tags were missed and he dives over. Great Britain into a narrow 1-point lead. Their first of the game. And we have about 10 minutes left in this. 8.5 minutes left. Tag made by Powell. Ireland finding themselves chasing the game.
Sandra Williams now. She gets tagged in midfield, so it'll be back to Hayes. Hayes to Sue. Outside to... No, she opts not to pass, but she gets tagged in the middle. It's back to Dave Condon, back to Hayes. Hayes goes long to Mikey Reedy. Mikey Reedy makes it past the first. He gets the offload away and the tag is made. Just before going into touch. Back inside to Hayes. Hayes opts not to pass to Conway. Reedy on the ball now. Reedy looking for the offload option.
Tag 6. Change over.
6th tag made. Wharton on Conway. GB with the opportunity here, but Laura Elliott having to take herself out the attacking line to go and collect her tag, which fell off well defending.
Condon makes a good tag in the middle. It's another good tag by Sandra Williams.
Oh, Fannin spills the ball forwards. Arguably a forward pass to him anyway. All in all, it's going to be Ireland ball with the tap.
And Ireland with 6 tags now to attack. Try to repair the damage from conceding the last 2 scores. Conway potentially flat there for that pass.
Very flat, but for GB, Fannin was there to bail them out with the tag, as does Farrell. But still, Ireland will come. Not many over to the left-hand side, but that's the way they go. What a beautiful pass that. The little bounce through the legs. You love to see inventive play like that in tag rugby. Not the first time we've seen it, but that ball ricochets off the defender and very nearly ends up in an Irish opportunity in front of the box.
It's going to be a penalty to GB for contact by Ireland now after the kick trick.
Farrell to Powell. Hickson picks and goes. Wharton. Score of that crucial 2-point try to open GB's second half account. Tied the scores up, and then Karim went over to give GB a lead, and Fannin has found Hickson beautifully here. He's racing down the wing. Conway calm as you like, tracking over as the covering defender makes the tag on Hickson. Those long legs working well for Conway, and again in there to tag Akin Lucy. Farrell escapes the defender.
In space, but well covered by Dave Condon. It's going to be Irish ball because it was tag 6.
Okay, first set.
So Ireland needing to play from 5 metres outside
Well done,
their own half, and a break here.
break. Nice play, Karen Howard. She gets the ball up to almost halfway. And it's back out to David Hayes. David Hayes has options outside. He's got Hogan on his shoulder. Does he need Hogan? The opposite, give it to Hogan, and it's a try for Ireland.
Selfless play there, and it's a 1-point try. He's just concerned about the attentions of Hickson as the chasing defender. Ireland tie things up again. 6-6 now.
This is the very definition of a close game. 6-6 with 4.5 minutes to play.
If you're squeaky clean, I can clean in first. You're not. So if you be squeaky clean, then you can call them on a turn.
Referee just explaining his decision from an earlier play to Alex Sims as she subs off. Great Britain will set to receive. Karim plays the ball with his foot.
Good tag by Sue Howley. Keeping GB down there. Another good tag by Michael Ridley.
Plummer back on the field. She had an excellent spell towards the end of the first half.
3 good tags by Ireland in a row. You feel Ireland's line is a bit disjointed now, though. Could do with being closer together.
Oh, and Farrell very nearly throws the interception.
Sue Howley was almost in there for an intercept. That could have been bad.
That could have been, especially because she could have gone for the box. That could have been 3 points and arguably game over. Luckily she spilt the ball forwards. Well, luckily from a British perspective, spilt the ball forwards. So GB do get another set of 6, and they come again through Scarfo and Farrell. Roach runs over to dummy half, but Scarfo picks and goes. She breaks the first line of defence, steps the sweeper one way, then the other. GB, if they go quickly here, have Ireland scrambling in defence. Roach picks and goes. O'Donnell at first receiver. Ships it out to Farrell. It will be 6 again here from Ireland. Surely 6 again, but no.
Great covering tag there. It needed to be.
It did. Interesting
if
decision.
Hogan gets away, it's going to be a try.
Anyway, Karim scrambles in defence for GB.
Was probably deemed to go backwards off the attempted intercept rather than a knock on. Wide, yeah, consistent call by the ref there. He gives a penalty against Ireland for initiating contact after the pass was made.
Contact on Detroit, so she will tap and go.
Tag by Ireland.
Karim with space once again. He's got support on the right hand side. Will he use it? Oh, he does. But spilt forwards by Elliott. Spilt forwards by Elliott in that right-hand corner. That would have been a 2-point try with just over 2 minutes to go. How big would that have been?
Potentially getting over.
Less off.
On the ball outside to Murphy. Murphy outside to the winger, and decent play by Ireland. Should say the clock is probably against Ireland.
Well, 6-6, Barry, so clock's equally against both teams, but you feel it looks like it's going to take a moment of brilliance from an individual player to score here.
Really looks good. That could be a box try. Could definitely be a box try, and it is.
There we go, just as I say, a moment of individual brilliance. Reedy supplies one.
Mikey Reedy. He has that in his locker, all right.
He certainly does. And GB all of a sudden have an imposing mountain to climb. 1.5 minutes.
Score is 8-6.
A 2-point score would level things, but they need a female box try to win this one.
That's a crucial score.
Ireland will kick as deep as they possibly can. Fannin controls it with his foot. A footballer in his youth. Avoids the surrender.
Karen Howard makes the tag. You feel if Ireland turn it over one more time, they're going to win the game.
We are inside
go downtown.
the final minute. Great Britain struggling to make ground on this set so far. Lawson to Picnic. Karim not able to get away.
Good tag by Karen Hare, but the ref deems a penalty. So our GB will get a chance.
Saloon now for Great Britain. Seconds remaining. This will be their final set, their final opportunity to score. As you say, Barry, Ireland turn this over, they will win it. And with it, the mixed senior series in this one. And the ball spilt forward again by Elliott. So unfortunate. That is going to be the game. Ireland will take out the win here. A 2-point lead. There's the hooter. They'll just ice it here. Or will they? No, instead
it'll be a penalty.
He runs straight into contact.
GB will get one more chance, Will.
All or nothing here. All or nothing. Don't get tagged. Lawson with the kick. It's in Irish hands. That is going to be that.
Game over.
Ireland 8, Great Britain 6. An engrossing contest between these two sides. Incredible to watch. And ultimately it is Ireland that prevail and win the Mixed Seniors series once again. It's 2019, the last time Great Britain won it. Wow, Barry, what a contest.
That could have gone either way. Well, decided by a moment of brilliance at the end by Mike Reedy. And in truth, either team could have won. Had the GB winger held on to the ball, you probably would have won, because you would have had the 2 points and all the pressure would have been on Ireland.
Yeah.
So it's just unfortunate. So just a real 50-50 game.
Absolutely was. Neither side could have been... both sides would have felt unlucky with the loss, but it would have been fair whichever way it had gone. Ultimately, it is Ireland that take the victory. Sadly, we're not going to be able to bring you an interview in this one as we switch over to our league. So do, if you haven't already, create your account and join us on our league. The next game is coming up at 3:30. It's exciting. There's a lot to talk about. It's when you get you've done 4 or 5 against slow game.
So tell me what do I need to do?
So you're going to be this headset here and this mic.